that's valid.
You can see the moment when the cat realizes that the glasses are helping.
Don't smush my face. Whoa!
Pedí un café con leche y me supo un poquito cargado, entonces pedí un extra de leche.
So this giant wheel thing fell off his truck.
No!
Something tells me they're never gonna see this package ever again.
They think that's like or something. Oh my god.
This pilot was seen cleaning his own window.
I mean, who else is gonna do it?
This drone crash during a drone race was pretty violent.
Fire on the track.
This tourist in China dropped her engagement ring in the sand, and a bunch of random people spent 30 minutes looking for it.
大家都在帮着找。找到了，找到了，哦，找到了。嗯，阿姨帮他找到了，太厉害了。
So the zoom on this phone camera is kinda crazy.
I still don't know who that is. What artist?
Oi! He's trying to nut it.
He didn't realize that he was putting this chair together the wrong way.
Look at the chair!
I think this guy found his spirit animal.
Oh no, her titties is falling out.
That is the end of this video, or I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This has to be one of the weirdest road rage incidents ever.
Hotspot for exposure, and if your condition qualifies you for a cash
Okay,
settlement,
hey,
but
Lo.
hurry, time is running out, and your case may miss the deadline. Text TAP to 323232 now. That's TAP to 323232.
What am I watching?
I'm really not sure what's going on here.
Скажи все. Да, вот так.
What What the fuck?
You can call this guy anytime. It's 1-800. Ah! Help!
I am carrying 50 pounds of wet hot cheese.
Wet hot cheese. Ah! It's wet and hot.
What's your name? I don't even know your name.
Jake
Jake what?
from State Farm.
What's your last name though?
A few days ago, this small plane landed on a golf course in Australia.
Hello, dogs.
So I guess this is a smart way to get balloons down from the ceiling.
Can't get the balloon off. Cold water is amazing, especially for high ceilings. There's how the balloons come down. There's
The upcoming live-action Bee movie is looking pretty good. I'm not sure how he even managed to do this.
Snabba liksom skulle backa, nu sitter vi fast.
This is what happens when you get new wheels but secure them with the wrong nuts.
Motor swap, baby.
Oh hell no.
No.
She was trying to save this turtle that was stuck on the road. This might be the saddest looking dog I've ever seen.
What's wrong, bud? Hey, what's wrong?
Just
Are you
fake.
okay? Max? Are you okay?
It does look so sad.
This poor pigeon was very confused.
Jour 58, ils ne m'ont toujours pas repéré.
Oh, I see what's happening.
I guess when you put earbuds into a trumpet, it sounds like video game music. This dog has never seen a lake before and thought it was just a giant puddle.
look at you on a dog.
Oh, honey, no. Honey, no.
This tornado totally ripped off the roof of this house. For some weird reason, these sheep circled around these cows and trapped them.
They're sheepherds. The surfer was showing how he almost got bit by a shark.
Put it near your head. Look at that. Oh, yes. Stick your head through the bottom. That is next level, mate.
He pulled off a really smart move.
Aww. Speaking of cartoon.
I'm literally walking my dog with my room fan because I couldn't find her leash.
This driver didn't realize that he was leaking paint. This dog was trying to sound like a horse.
Don't sit on the flowers.
I have never seen a dog blow out candles like
Then
this.
fuck that guy in particular.
Birthday to you. Blow it out. Blow your candle out. Blow it out. Come here. Blow it out. Blow it out. Good.
This lady in Norway left her door open and 3 reindeer walked inside when she wasn't looking.
Seriöst? Nej, nej, nej. Gå ut med dere. Dere
Like, hey, this is nice. It's a nice place you got here.
Fan ikke være inne i inomhus.
They just shuffled out so
This
politely.
driver was taking up both lanes and refused to let anyone go by.
Really? Nice.
They were trying to get a better look at someone who was on the other side of the wall.
Otters! I love otters. They're so cute.
You got this, Leonard. You can do it. Ready? Go.
Yay!
That is the end of this video, or I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. I just found out that if you go to get your driver's license but tell them you don't know how to read, they will allow you to put whatever you want in the signature section.
They'll let you sign whatever you want on your driver's license, and that's why my driver's license is signed with a little drawing of a T-Rex.
Yay! I love that. No, not
He
her.
was trying to teach him how to ride a motorcycle.
Good? Good, good? No. That's not good. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
That's the type of dumb shit I've been doing.
She really had to ruin a romantic moment. She wanted to show
At
off
least
her
they
new
got the
pet
kiss
frog
on
to the camera.
Yeah, look at that little cutie.
Oh.
This driver in the SUV somehow didn't see this plane that was getting ready to take off.
I hate entitled people like this.
These people got absolutely drenched by this train that was passing through a flood. You already know exactly what's going to happen, and you're still going to laugh.
Oh, their teeth are so ugly.
That's what you get for making fun of it.
This cat is the definition of gluttony.
Disgusting.
Baby, it was just a lizard. Shh, relax.
I don't understand why I always find these types of videos so funny. It sounds like this chicken needs to stop smoking. These spectators got the best seats possible at this race. He had no idea that there was a raccoon in his trunk.
Alright. Let's give her a little task.
This biker was riding with his girlfriend when he suddenly lost control.
Good grab, good grab.
You're alive, you're alive. It's okay.
He created his own child flipping assembly line. His dog refused to believe that the door was open.
Come here. Come here. There's no door. Come on. He doesn't know. Come on. You are not smart. Come here. Come here. Here, the door's gone. Here, let me pretend to open the door. I'll push it open. There we go.
You don't need to understand his language to know what he's talking about.
Godverdomme, die brug dicht. En voor wat? Voor die tyfus roeiboot! Doe die masten!
They were trying to figure out why their car engine wasn't working.
All right, give it some gas.
Stop, cut it out.
Her little brother ran in to help her during the competition. I'm not sure if this dog was making fun of him or trying to empathize here. I found this guy that knows how to whistle in a really weird way. Here's a video of a really thirsty snake. He didn't think that he could do it, but everyone showed up to support. I had no idea, but I guess wok cooking machines are a thing. So, did I just get threatened by a crab?
Let's keep walking.
She decided that she wanted some chips right in the middle of the game.
Run to home, baby. What? Alright, go tag home.
They thought that this would be a good place to pull over and have a fancy lunch. That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Wow.
Segundo.
Oh my god. Man, I hope he didn't break me.
This worker was making some fixes to the claw machine, and this guy decided to bother him. So, I guess this person is super lucky to be alive.
Left left.
Oh my god. I thought the stingray was gonna be the issue. No, it was a giant fucking boat.
The Chinese Navy was trying to scare away the Philippine Coast Guard and ended up crashing into another Chinese Navy ship.
This is World of Tanks. I refuse to believe. Or War Thunder. That's insane. Oh hell yeah!
Man, it is such a beautiful day to be eating cheese.
This lightning was caught on camera striking a transformer in South Carolina.
Nice dive. Oop.
I think this fish used too much lip filler.
Whoa!
It's literally.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Oh my god.
This workout machine at the gym was broken, so someone left a sympathy card and random people were signing it.
Aww, that's cute. Nice. Whoa!
This guy took advantage of the recent flooding in New York City.
Street cold plunge.
No, his friend rinsed his hair off. Yeah!
I'm really not sure if this counts or not.
Help him?
This is why you don't rest your feet on the exhaust pipe. These guys realized that their Airbnb somehow had the master light switch for the entire neighborhood.
There's a bunch of switches. There's a shop across the street there. Oh, we switch this one.
So I guess Orlando, Florida is pretty crazy after sunset.
In downtown Orlando.
What's up, gang?
What's the move, guys?
Yo, let's go.
Sounds like Florida.
She trained her dog to carry the doggy bag around on walks. I just found out that pilots will flash their lights when they pass by each other.
Yay. Cat. Cat's like, man, I don't even know.
We finally found someone that has their ducks in a row.
Check it out. Look who greeted me at my car.
She did a fake tongue prank, but I think she ended up pranking herself.
Alright, now you put it in your tongue. It kind of hurts. Doesn't that hurt a little bit? No?
Why would you do this to your
Holy.
This little Arctic fox wanted to steal his fish.
Красавчик, красавчик. Только сразу не ешь. Покажи, как копаешь. Покажи фокус.
О.
Вот лентяй, а. Вот лентяй. Ну ты...
This person found an apple that is half green and half red.
That's impressive.
These brave ducks were seen scaring away an alligator that was on a golf course in Florida.
Look at this. Oh my god.
You're not afraid of it, huh?
Number 9, PGA National. Holy oh my god.
This live streamer started freaking out for the silliest reason.
That's not silly. It's important.
Oh my god!
She lost her phone until she realized that she accidentally threw it away.
Oh, this is like how much So I was unaware that fish could be friendly, okay? But look at this dude, alright? Look at him. He just loves his pets.
Cute.
This volcano erupted right in the middle of their proposal.
Perfect. That's cool.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. He saw that the parking enforcement was parked illegally.
Mister, I have a question. Is this legal parking? Is this legal parking? Are you? I was just. Oh, I was just playing. I wasn't. Yo.
Slowing! Stop! Tree!
It'll be worse.
You see how they look at the same time, yeah? You see how they look at the same... Look, they're in sync! They are in sync! They are in sync, bro!
What was that? What's that?
Fish.
This delivery guy was trying to drop off this balloon and birthday card.
Oh. Poor guy.
This police officer jumped out of his truck after the driver refused to stop.
Нашу машину ударил, повредил.
They recorded them filming the new Spider-Man movie.
Tell me when.
This is what it's like to be a helicopter cameraman for a Mission Impossible movie.
I don't think you can park there.
I know I can't park there!
Oh.
She wanted to help out this little duckling that got stuck.
Don't do that, man. I'll tell you. All right, now.
Hell yeah.
This poor crow got bullied.
¿Te lo estás comiendo, pinche Baltasar?
Oh, poor baby.
Mire, cuida.
Aww.
This truck driver just barely made it through in time.
I already got the wood, because I can hear them today. Oh my god.
Hey
guys.
Look at their baby
You just wave hello? Get out of here.
Alright guys, it's pizza time. Can't wait to have my pepperoni. Can't wait to have my cheese pizza. This is so awesome, guys.
I have no idea how he pulled this off.
When people call you extra, just look them in their face and say, am I extra or are you basic?
Oh my god, I tried making cookies and I made one big cookie. It's not the time, it's not 3:50 in the morning. I'm not stupid. Oh, it's 3:59 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What did you expect, woman?
She's freaking sleeping right now because she wants to keep us up all night. But I'm like, wake up. Scarlett.
Tired. Leave her alone.
Wake up.
Wow.
You can see the moment when they realize that they ruined this proposal. This poor bee was confused by her nails.
There's no pollen. What the
This
hell?
police chase suddenly came to an end when they ran out of gas.
It looks like he's trying to take off, but his bike just accidentally at Howard Highway near Airport. Take a second.
Wait.
Give me your paw.
The air conditioning on this plane broke down, so this guy took his shirt off.
I really hope it doesn't.
They found an alarm clock that you can only turn off once. They opened up this frozen bag of fries and found a giant potato inside.
Y'all just talk it out. Just talk it out, bro.
Driving through the fire hydrant while my bro is knocked out.
Oh!
Let's just do this. Like this. Careful, careful, careful.
Oh dear.
Actually, if he gets on the raft, he doubles his money. Yeah, buddy. Get a milk to the raft. Nice!
He figured out how to take the air out of his bike. This restaurant was so busy that these delivery guys were struggling to find their orders.
Diese Biene hat sich eingenistet hier bei uns in ein Strohhalm, nur leider kann sie hier nicht bleiben. Weil
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Crunch your legs up, crunch your legs up. Crunch your legs up, pick your legs up.
Whoa! Whoa!
Damn!
Wow. What's that out there?
That truck. It's a kidnap truck.
Built myself a one-handed bottle opener.
You okay? So why did he suddenly get super evil?
Boy, you and this thumb. Hey. Oh,
God.
You know when we landed?
Yo, we in Paris going baguette mode. Oui.
Baguette mode.
Bonjour.
I guess this is a pretty smart way to fix a car.
الله يعطيك العافية. معاكم اللورد الصخرة.
Wow.
They set up a volleyball court right in the middle of this river.
Gift.
What the fuck?
Gift.
Seth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Oh, you get to write a tweet as well. I totally forgot about that. Oh, would you like your tweet to be? Night. We are at 40 subs, which means we're at the hentai tag tier list. Oh boy. That's gonna be fun.
These garbage men love this teddy bear so much that they put it on their truck.
Bye.
Yeah, what do you want the tweet to be?
They worked as a team to break open the refrigerator.
Also, you gave one to Epic and She. Aw, thank you.
He somehow got scared of his own tail. You can see the moment when he realizes that Mom will always show up.
That first week is always rough. Oh, what happened to him?
For some reason, his bee was seen standing on his back legs.
He's hitting the whoa! He's hitting the whoa! Oh no.
Check out how powerful this thing is. I'm gonna shoot that nozzle that's hanging down from that grill over there. Oh, missed.
This guy casually walked inside at the absolute perfect time.
Wow. I like how the guy across the street didn't even care.
So I guess Japan has the fanciest soda drinks in the world.
They have the fanciest everything in the world.
He somehow didn't read the directions properly.
Instructions unclear.
Well, today, Mr. Jingles is with his friend Ro. He's got many animal friends, Mr. Jingles. He likes Ro, he does.
I have never seen a typhoon that looked like this.
So I parked as far away as possible so no one would park beside me. And this guy decides to park this garbage literally a foot away. Literally a foot away from me. He had this whole parking lot. Jeez, man. Just because you drive a Lambo doesn't mean you can park wherever you want.
The frame rate of the phone camera makes the guitar strings look really weird.
No, they could just do that.
So I guess we now have drones that can fly and swim at the same time. I think she might have found heaven.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. What is that? She really be having the nerve to look at me crazy whenever I accidentally trip on her. But it's like, girl, nobody, you not.
Thank you guys for the hype.
You sound like cats. No, like you literally sound like a cat. I'm not
It's a
gonna lie.
cat emote. That's really cute.
Their basketball hoops got taken down as punishment, but these school kids decided to play basketball anyways. This new bug was just recently discovered in Australia.
But she has been abducted by aliens.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy got a scam phone call while climbing a mountain.
Hey, it's Cornelia here. How are you?
I'm alright. What could I possibly help you with at this moment? The signal's terrible. Can you repeat that?
I'm calling to inform you that you qualify for our new loyalty.
Really well. If you saw where I am, darling, my premium would be incredibly high.
You know where I am,
Go, Guys, I'm so trapped. I have no umbrella.
A few days ago, this fighter jet in Spain almost crashed during an air show.
It's snowing out and it's really cold. Oh. And I have to move my car.
They were trying to record a cool video with a drone.
Oh. I assumed it was gonna crash into the car, I'm gonna be real.
This poor guy forgot to use his brain.
Well, that's gone now.
I would never fall in.
That's a funny.
This seal jumped on this boat to avoid getting eaten.
It's right here. Oh my god, it's so sad.
You know, that's valid.
Why are you videotaping yourself eating a slice of pizza?
Why are you 32 years old working as a delivery driver?
Because mommy and
7 out
daddy
of
don't
7.
pay for my life like you. And I had to climb my way up.
Bro, just fucking... I had to climb my way up. I had to work for where I am. Dude, I can't buy a house or pay rent. I don't know what you want me to do.
Watching this video actually hurt my brain.
They're clean. A whole branch, huh?
오빠 저리 가 저리 가 방해하지 말고 저리 가 제발 저리 가.
The air conditioning on this plane stopped working.
Sooner we get the air, the sooner it'll cool off. Do your best to just meditate and stay calm. Help each other.
he does an accent? Do you like it? Yeah.
What about when Daddy does on exit? Do you like it? Oh.
This goat gets scared whenever it sees him.
Me.
You'll never guess the reason why these two cars got in a crash.
Please let it be, baby duck. Yeah!
This guy was nice enough to buy them a new ball.
Heck yeah. Oh god.
I didn't know I needed a homemade laser beam until right now. He really figured out an infinite gas glitch. This photographer recorded a video of a dragonfly kicking an ant. This biker wanted to do a trick to get a free drink from Red Bull.
Thank you, man.
These fish wanted to watch YouTube videos on his phone. This is what it looks like when an earthquake happens right in the middle of a surgery. It floods so often in the Philippines that the delivery people still do their jobs by using floaties.
Thank you.
The dove wasn't scared, so he resorted to a drastic measure. People somehow keep losing their phones on roller coasters.
That was your phone! Bye-bye!
This dog took advantage of the situation.
Go up in. Willow! Oi!
This company invented peelable dinnerware that makes throwing things away super satisfying.
Just gets all oily. Hi, baby.
Just hanging out. Oh! There's
What'd
no
you say?
way!
This artist can create the body of a dragon with a single brushstroke. So, I guess the police will use any vehicle as an undercover car. This little baby bird was spotted in Japan. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This YouTuber did this prank with chocolate to see how people would react.
Yeah. Kintor. So you just go down to the end and then turn left. And that one is Kintor. Yeah, the first street on your right.
So up there on the right.
Yeah.
And
I hate it.
Just up there and on your right.
Okay.
And then left.
He wanted to do a trick the second that they were live and back on air.
Oh he gone.
Я попробую.
Storm is a brewing. Are we getting out? Oh!
The answer is yes.
Imagine being this dumb and gullible.
I want that pig statue. It's really cute. Oh. You home, ma'am. So ashamed of himself.
Good moo! Oh, you found your moo! Good job! Where'd that come from? Oh, wow.
For some reason, their GPS navigator person started glitching out.
Take the exit onto I-80. Ohio Turnpike.
Do.
The code is a sheep. It's a sheep.
Oh no, somebody messed up my sign. You know, being in real estate, you have to have a really thick skin and a great sense of humor.
I think you have to have it, but sure. It works.
His washing machine started going crazy.
It's a shark drink. How could you not?
They were spreading grandma's
Still don't know
ashes
why
with
the
some
washing
emotional
machine is
music
in
when
the
they got
kitchen,
interrupted by a Spotify ad.
It's what Mima would have wanted. Want a break from
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
The #1 food for regular DMs.
This guy decided to buy himself a cake for no reason at all.
Thank you for all you do. Who's that for?
For myself.
You bought this.
I wish I had that amount of stuff.
This plane spotter tripped and fell when he tried recording his plane.
Lightning Jade, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, is he okay?
This live streamer somehow got struck by lightning inside of his own house.
I mean, obviously it's running less at the moment, so it's going to be better. Might.
I don't know how that happened.
I just got struck by lightning.
This dog always sits with the family at dinner time, but on this occasion, the rest of the family was late.
Oh, this makes me so sad. He's so polite. He's so polite. Feed him.
So this is how cleanups are done after a concert.
I love that people are cheering.
I can see why this type of dog is called a German short-haired pointer. These ducks were absolutely mesmerized by this yo-yo.
Están hipnotizados. Pobres patos, tú.
Guys.
This guy in a boat wanted to participate in the morning yoga.
This is triangle pose.
suppose that energy is shooting forward, back, up, and down.
Oh no.
This dog might be a skinwalker.
Such a well-groomed dog, too.
Yes! 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 Yes!
I just found out that carrots can grow in really weird ways.
Here's the first one. Second one gets a little weird. Third one gets a little weirder. And the fourth one braided himself.
This aquarium in China does some crazy underwater dances.
A lot of you have been asking how tall I am. I am almost 6 foot tall, which you all think is so ginormous. This is my baby sister.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
He started recording because he didn't think that this truck was going to make it. So why does this dog look like a llama?
Little Richard, you look like a llama.
This is my gaming PC. Well, one of them. I have another one down here. But... oh my...
Country 1025.
This dog was terrified of this cat.
Thought those were people.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Hey! Didn't strike me though!
Learn about in school.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do?
He died for our sins.
No, that was...
They were trying really hard to get him to dance.
Not anymore, you crazy bitch.
Yeah, it is. God, look how smart I am.
Yeah, look how smart you are.
You found it.
I found it.
That means we can fix your car.
Yeah.
Can you draw a circle?
British humor is really something else.
He's doing well.
Oh, mate. What's your secret, mate?
Hey, Jan.
You should have yes.
What? This hatch chilies? Did you?
Oh, is that what that is?
Smell that? Whoa.
Uh-oh.
What in the tarnation?
Thank you.
She tried to pick up this firefighter.
So you guys need to leave the property for 24 hours, and if you don't right now, I'm gonna make it 6 months.
Would you kiss me though?
No. Okay, it's now 6 months.
No,
Leave the property.
I can't. Going shopping.
Just kiss me though.
What's up?
This guy really didn't think this through.
Off. Get the screwdriver.
Okay, I like it. Picasso. Yeah, that way.
Actually, wait a minute. You missed the bug. But I got you, homeboy. Hold on.
This live streamer got upset with what a viewer called him.
What do you mean bro's built like a 1x1 Lego piece? What even is a 1x1 Lego piece? Yep, you're banned.
Hey, they're not wrong though. He's so built different.
That's right. Ochandorena va. Va, Ochandorena por el penal decisivo. Y juegue.
Why is this toy being so dramatic?
Oh shoot, it's hey. What the freak?
Rip that guy.
Hello. Blow it out.
There's this internet challenge where people try to stand on an egg.
Why?
Oh putain de merde. Oh putain.
Putain.
Dr. Riz is real, and he's coming for your grandma.
You look like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah. Is that the same kid that was bullied before?
Someone ordered pizza from both Pizza Hut and Domino's, so there's only one way to settle something like this.
They want us to fight, bro. What they want us to do?
We gotta do it, brother.
Alright.
Let's go, homie. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I will take you.
Charlie, one piece. You don't want to knock them all out.
He in fact wanted to knock them all out. Ouch.
Huh? Park break engaged? Well, congratulations, big guy. Oh, way to go, bud.
Oh my god, that is a beautiful black queen. Oh, sorry, right here. Where'd you get this from, bro?
Hey, bro, I'm not even gonna lie, you know what I'm saying, bro? You left it in the corner over there, you know what I'm
for
saying?
real?
Yeah, but I got
Dude.
you, though.
These guys took a picture of a random security guard
Oh,
and
she
put
didn't
him on a
even look
t-shirt.
offended.
What do you think, right there?
He was just like, what is he talking about?
Yes, guys. Appreciate everything that you do. So I wanted to gift this to you. You got it? And then I put my hero, #1.
Live from Panama City Beach, Florida. We're here where a large hole has been uncovered.
And as we're digging through here, we're trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm not sure if this is a sinkhole to China or what. I think I see something.
This is USA?
Can anyone translate what this baby said?
Do you have anything to say?
That's a cup of,
Oh, that's that cup of, That's that cup of,
That's a cup of,
I could swear that's that one cup.
You just want to tell me.
A hearing was taking place during a virtual court session, and a lawyer forgot to turn off the cat filter.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter
turned on in the video settings to take
we're
a look.
trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Yeah. Oh, my bad, bro.
So why did he pick the most awkward place possible to propose to her?
How can I help you?
¿Hablas español?
Un momento. Hola, ¿qué le puedo dar?
Can I get a large Dr. Pepper?
Bruh.
Oh my gosh! I made it! I made it! I made it! Oh my god! I made it! Oh my god!
He might be 6 years old, but he already has the business mindset.
I take pictures of people in the suit. They think I'm acting smart. They pay us money. I have a job.
Yo, I'm gonna go to jail. I'm going to jail now. I'm going to jail. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now because of you.
What the fuck just happened? So much just happened in that, 10-second time frame.
The Uber driver said that the voice in his map app wasn't working properly.
Oh god!
That was slippery.
Hi, Scotty. Welcome on in.
They asked these kids what they wanted
Sorry
to
about the
do after
lag.
graduating from kindergarten.
I want to be pregnant.
You don't. You don't, girl. You don't.
No, the whole time.
The math wasn't math in there.
Are you okay, honey? Spicy ketchup and a water.
Bueno.
And then that's it.
All right, 22:30, second window.
Are y'all getting robbed?
Sorry.
Are y'all getting robbed right now?
Yeah.
He was trying to practice for an upcoming dodgeball game.
Oh man, this is not working. I mean, I always have a backup plan.
Oh my god, a dinosaur's been walking on my car. Just kidding, it's me.
She had no idea that the drive-thru speaker has a camera.
Do you guys have your mummy cookie?
Yeah, we do. Oh my god. Excited?
I missed it.
Oh, to the moon!
Step on it now.
Could you try and stay awake just for a little bit? You just slept for 3 hours. And you just...
He was so
Fuck, that
excited to
baby got
show
so
Grandma
sad.
his new tattoo.
Kai, Greg, Jeffrey Thomas Morrison, have you lost your mind?
Great, now none of us can watch TV. That's my TV! No, that's why I'm freaking stealing it. I'm calling the cops.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I asked him how he's been.
For some reason, this happens every time he closes his back door.
Right, Laser's got to jump. Laser's got to jump off. Frank, jump! Be careful!
She was making fun of Grandma for not having any teeth.
You quit that. I am done with my shift.
Like, what do you do after that? Oh man, tiny robot.
This guy was trying to show off his car when the worst luck happened.
What
the? One of my subscribers has a pretty interesting professor.
If your name is Paul, you are named after this guy. And if you say, my dad's name was Paul, so actually I'll say, shut up, kid, you're missing the big picture. This is the Paul.
Cows go boo, sheep go baa, and you go.
They really hyped her up just for her to do this.
I knew it was gonna hurt.
Some of you guys have been asking for like a house tour. You want to see where I live. This is the bedroom. It's pretty chill. I mean, it was hard getting the old bed up the stairs and everything, but it's not. Oh, Jesus!
Go. Oh my god.
They gave him his first piece of bacon to see what he would think.
You want some bacon? Thank you, Mama.
Oh, that's actually not that bad.
Hey, don't break her.
And have a happy and safe journey home.
And for our guests who parked in our Chippendale parking lot, make sure you use the crosswalk. Crosswalk is your one and only access into the Chippendale parking lot. And the
This delivery driver saw this doormat and took it very seriously.
Oh, hey, how's
Got
it
a
going?
package?
No, I don't.
Hi, hello.
No, tell you about the short gospel of Jesus
Oh, the
Christ.
throw is disabled because
Okay,
my
sorry to bother you.
internet is unreliable at the moment. So,
Gotcha.
oh yeah, well.
Hey, it's Lee.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you
about
okay?
Do you, like, have cup holders? Oh, okay, perfect.
I didn't know the filter was on.
I fed my animal for today.
Oh no!
They forgot to bring a flag, so they sang the national anthem to this guy's shirt.
Damn, that guy's got good upper
Any
body.
last words? None.
Popping in to say hi. Okay, have a good sleep. Sleep well.
Oh, let's go see him.
Okay.
Chucky, I love you so much.
Oh, that was so nice.
Chucky.
Oh, it's so nice. Oh.
Guys, look what I got at the arcade. It's just bow and arrow. I'm gonna try to shoot it.
Popeye el marino. Enséñalo. Popeye el marino. ¡A la verga!
Popeye the Sailor Man.
When this person turns on the car, the steering wheel starts to spin.
That ain't supposed to happen.
These dads were making fun of their daughters that were having a photo shoot on the beach.
You almost done?
Yeah.
What's been your favorite part about this hike?
Going to the park.
Get him, Maverick! Get him! Get him, Maverick! 2 points for Quinn! Quinn!
You got attitude, bro. I don't like that weight. That's a little too. Do it again.
Wait. Route 24.
So this guy stopped to help this guy whose car got stuck in a ditch, but the thing is he doesn't speak any English.
Let's just disassemble the car piece by piece and then reassemble it on the road.
Simplemente desmontemos el coche pieza por pieza y luego lo
No
volvamos
mames.
She tried some sour ice cream for the very first time.
Well, the young ladies will just have to wear something.
Need a baby.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Können Sie Englisch?
Yes.
Stabil. Ich bekomme bitte einmal ein Doppelpack-Menü.
I don't understand German.
My daddy has gold tooth. Wow, gold tooth? My dad has a gold tooth. Look, my dad has diabetes.
Oh, she's a good egg making me my bed, isn't she?
With the,
Oh!
This YouTuber got some fake weights to trick some people at the gym.
Ingenuity.
I just ate a good meal. I don't want to throw up. Okay, let me sit down. Okay.
This university was dealing with a little water problem.
A little. Like that one student in particular.
It's like really, really sus. Oh no!
So, Papa, here comes the train.
Don't worry, Grandpa wasn't hurt. This poor little guy forgot how to do it.
Wow! Yay!
Hold on. You got it?
Yeah! You okay? Let mommy go.
I love that he took the time to process.
Feet left.
Go ahead, Win.
Okay, now Winston goes and you wink.
Go ahead, Deke.
Thank you for being so patient. You've been so patient.
Oh, the other one.
Okay, now. Be
Bosie, what do you think? Does that look like you?
This poor kid was scared of the Halloween costume her husband was wearing.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Trick or treat. I'll get some from that.
Please.
Lo celebramos en Playa Hermosa. Feliz 56 aniversario.
So I guess garbage trucks can be pretty violent.
Is it the outlet? Is it the outlet? Are we yelling at the outlet? What did you do?
What age should you give up on your dreams?
65.
Why?
Wait, no, actually, 80.
80?
Wait, no, actually, don't give up on your dreams at all.
So, what's your final answer?
75.
She somehow fell through the ceiling totally unharmed. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. They bought some iced tea from Chick-fil-A a few...
Alright, we've all caught up on the Daily Dose. So let's learn about some Five Nights at Freddy's fan stories. 'Cause that's fun.
Ned, Redeemer, and Vinard from Project Readjusted.
Shut up.
I uploaded one of my first video essays onto YouTube 2 years ago. It was called The Most Underrated FNAF Fan Game, a video centered entirely around Project Readjusted 3, a small game with a ton of polish that flew under the radar. To this day, it is the most proud I've ever been with a video, and it's definitely shaped how I make videos today. I really didn't know if that video would do well. In fact, I had planned on it flopping pretty hard, so in my writing, I did what I could to put the game in the best light possible. So if someone with more publicity than me wanted to give the game a chance, they'd be more inclined to play it. Against all odds, it worked, and Project Readjusted 3 made a massive surge in the community. However, there was a minor issue. The way I wrote that video kept me from going too deep into the game's story and post-game content. I intended to get as many people to play the game as possible, while also saving its best moments to be uncovered. So, because of that odd writing choice, I never fully immersed myself in the series. And also because I really didn't need to. You can play Project Readjusted 3 without playing any of the other games since its story is so straightforward. You can piece together quite a bit of the series' lore from what you learn in PR3. However, the usual issues arose when trying to form a complete narrative with only a third of the content. I was sitting on this absolute goldmine of a story, which I found upsetting as I never took the time to understand it fully. So that's what I did. I took a deep dive into the Project Readjusted series to learn as much about it as possible. And what I found was pretty shocking. A whole catalog of projects, some unannounced, some unreleased, and some scrapped entirely, never to be seen again. So today, I want to take you on that same deep dive to get a closer look at what we've been missing out on. I want to look at everything this series offers, from its games and lore to its odd development. And because of that, I hope this video is the ultimate look into the Project Readjusted series. Alright, enough waffling. I've wanted to talk about this series for the past 2 years, so here we go. Before we can talk about any of the games, it's essential to establish the series and the prominent people involved. Project Readjusted is a Five Nights at Freddy's fan series created by indie developer Mechless. It's a mostly original series, using only the essential elements that originated from the FNAF series. There are 3 main games. A failed spin-off was released before this, which technically makes the main game spin-offs. You know what, it is complicated. All you need to know is that Mechless is the primary developer, and all the games have been made up almost entirely by him. Occasionally, Mechless will bring on a small group of people, usually at most 5, to help out. That is only the case for the main entries, as all of the other side projects Mechless has done on the series have been entirely solo. For a series that has been around as long as this, having a series maintain almost complete independence from one person is rare. That should be enough context to finally talk about the first game in the series. Believe it or not, the first game in the Project Readjusted series is not Project Readjusted 1, nor is it a game that shares the same name. This is Project Adjusted, a short but sweet game created by Alazbal sometime between 2016 and 2017. But wait, I can hear you ask, you just said that Project Readjusted was an original series by Mechless. Who is this Alazbal? Well, this is just Mechless, but under a different name. It's interesting to see him at the time going by something different. In fact, Mechless had a ton of name changes during his time developing the Project Readjusted series. For simplicity's sake, we'll just call him Mechless from here on out, but I'll be sure to add each name change to this newly established Mechless name counter, because my hyperfixation on this series is more dire than you may think. Anyway, Project Adjusted is Mechless's first game, or at least the first documented one, so credit where credit is due, it's a functional game, something my first game was far from. So now that I've established one thing I like about the game, I feel comfortable telling you that this game kinda sucks. Project Adjusted is very rough around the edges. It reminds me a lot of the first build of Five Nights at Treasure Island. This game was so inherently far from functional that a whole fleet of indie developers have thrown their hand in fixing it. Unlike Treasure Island, however, Project Adjusted has never been finished, or at least brought up to fill its potential. It's always been this awkward starter game that even its own developer swept under the rug. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I would sweep this under the rug too. There isn't even a single redeeming quality about it. That's a sentiment that a lot of other people share too. The game opens up on this weird sister location-esque cutscene as the camera slowly pans upwards towards the face of an animatronic. It's important to note that literally none of this is canon. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but I was reminded by the flashing date in the bottom left that this game takes place in 1978. Dates have always been super weird in the Project Readjusted series, but as we'll come to find out much later, most of this series takes place in the late 90s into the early 2000s. After the cutscene finishes, we're put into the main menu with a pretty decent theme playing in the background. Menu themes have always been this series' strong suit. It's just banger after banger, and they always get better with every new entry. We also get another look at two of the animatronics. I'll save some time by telling you that the blue one is named Glancer and the pink one is named Glossy. What exactly they are is unknown, but it's revealed that Glancer is a candy alien, whatever that is, so I would assume that Glossy is of a similar species. After pressing new game, we are thrown straight into the night. No title card or transition. This game wastes no time getting to the point. We're put in this FNAF 3 inspired office. This giant glass window gives us a good view of anything coming through the entrance on the left side of the office. Speaking of the doorway, there's a button near it to close the door. It works the same as any other door in a FNAF game, the only difference is that the door will open back up after a short period. In the original FNAF, Phone Guy mentions how the doors will open automatically when the power goes out as a safety feature. This never made any sense to me. If the power went out, wouldn't they stay closed since there's nothing to power the doors? Having the doors open automatically after a period of time makes much more sense if you're designing an office with safety in mind. While I like to believe that the door functions this way because it logically makes more sense, Mechless probably did this so he wouldn't have to program a power system. And it's not like I can blame him much. I may be stupid. We get a phone call voiced by none other than Mechless, who gives us all the exposition we need. Glancer is the only character active on night 1, and he maintains a set path as he makes his way to the office. He also refers to Glancer as Glance Trap a couple of times. I couldn't tell you what this means.
Lizard, 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 lizard. There are better places to take a nap than lizard, 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 lizard.
Thank you.
Lizard,
it's just a
random
Saja boy.
Lizard.
We have the collectivism.
Lizard.
Or the hive.
I was muted that whole time. I'm very sad. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. My name is KV. I'm an artist first and a VTuber second. I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? I'm doing some art. What are you drawing, Goober? I'm drawing my friend Cloudy Pistachio. In that one frame of what's it called? Why can't I remember the name? The Amazing Digital Circus, yeah. The one where Pomni's having an existential crisis. But yeah, how are you? What was you up to? How was your stream? Also, Faye, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We should be okay if you guys refresh your stream. we should be good for right now. My quality fluctuates and I don't know why. But yeah, this frame. I was specifically asked to make that a scrunkle. So, you know.
Because it's never mentioned again. I started looking into it and was eventually led to the Project Adjusted wiki, which might actually be the funniest wiki page ever written, probably because Mechless made the majority of it. The page reveals new information about Glancer despite never being mentioned in the game. My favorite has to be the random stab at anyone who died to him. It's also revealed here that Glancer was created by Mixless, the same guy who made Tekken Sons. He also made the models for this game, which I was surprised by solely because these models look terrible, and the improvement from this to Tekken Sons is insane. Back in the game, Mechless also explains that there is a way to see out of the front window by introducing this new mechanic called the Zap.
Hi,
You have
Faye.
limited
Thank you
zap
for the
power,
follow.
and
Welcome
each
on
time
in.
you light up the hallway, it
I hope
takes
you guys
away
had a good
10%.
stream.
It does recharge over time in increments of 5%, so it's not like there's a
Were you
real
guys
risk of
doing
using the
some
Zap too
DDD?
frequently. Also, while Mechless is talking, a power generator starts losing power in one of the rooms. It's never explained at all in any of the phone calls, which is odd seeing as there was so much emphasis on it. I definitely think Mechless should have explained it during the call because it's up to us to figure
I
out
like
what
your
it
name,
does.
by the way.
Thankfully,
Ethereal
an indicator
Sympathy.
similar to
Pretty
FNAF
neat.
2 shows the power generator is losing charge and we have to go wind it. While all of this is happening, you have Glancer, who should be nearing your office. You can die before the phone call ends, which happened to me. Twice. I think that warrants a quick discussion on how awful the game's balancing is. Glancer moves from the stage, to the dining area, a service hall, and then in front of your door. The service hall is a pretty good distance away from the office, and
wondering
there's
why I
only
was
one
being
camera on
choppy,
his
so I
path
lowered
before he
quality
gets
on
to
my
you.
side.
So you
No,
have
it's
to
my side.
guess whenever
My
he shows up at the door.
my
And
OBS
even
keeps
then, if you
disconnecting
somehow
for some
manage to get
reason,
the timing down and
and I have
prevent
yet
him
to
from
fix it.
entering, he doesn't leave right
I had
away.
to change it 'cause
Sometimes
people
he'll
kept
take
calling me
longer
the
than the door
real.
can stay down
Oh,
for.
gosh.
So instead of taking time to do anything else while waiting, you have to sit there and press the door button the second it's available to ensure that he won't get in. And sometimes that
I
doesn't
get
even
it.
work.
I keep being
died
called
once because he
Mecha-V.
got through in that sliver
don't
of
know
time
why.
between door presses. The balancing is an absolute mess, and nearly every death I had in this game can be attributed to something that wasn't even my fault. Another point I want to briefly mention before I move on is Night 4. In Project Adjusted, there are 3 main nights. When you download Project Adjusted, it comes with a README document. The document gives a basic synopsis of the game and a small guide for anyone willing to make content. It mentions what I just said, 3 main nights and an extra 4th night. The thing is, it stated how Night 4 is straight up impossible. Why? 5 Nights at Chuck E. Cheese's Rebooted is a good example. Its proper max mode, True Nightmare, can be completed consistently if you give it a lot of attempts. Its ultimate max mode, True Nightmare All Challenges, can be beaten, but more practice is required. Both of these are good examples of final challenges in a FNAF game. Both of these were at one point considered impossible. However, the amount of care put into them sets them apart from Project Adjusted's Night 4. True Nightmare and its challenge mode were constructed to push the player's limits to what one can do given enough time and dedication. Every mechanic comes together to form this ultimate endurance test. Night 4, on the contrary, takes an extreme amount of luck. If you were to sit down and grind this out, you would not improve in the slightest at the game. It just shows how no thought and care was put into it. It's all artificial difficulty. Difficulty is something I have super strong feelings
Jake's
towards,
OBS and Twitch.
and it was the perfect example of what not to do. Spoiler, this is the only time in any of these
If
games
only
that I've
that
had a
worked.
massive issue with balancing, so hopefully it's comforting to know that Mechless quickly learned from this. Anyway, if you somehow manage to defend yourself from Glancer long enough, you should be able to move on to Night 2. Mechless calls again, and explains that since the restaurant has gotten incredibly popular during the day, they've
Gonna try
brought in a new
few more
animatronic.
things.
The animatronic in question
stream
goes
next.
by the name
See
Balloon
if that
Baby Bill. I wish I was joking.
But, you know.
Balloon Baby Bill is a baby version of a
I don't
Nightmare
know
Balloon
what to
Boy,
do
but
at
with
this
hollowed
point.
eyes and wearing a diaper. His model is just atrocious. It reminds me of that hideous looking baby from the Tin Toy Pixar short from the
Ew.
late 80s. I was wondering how a name this goofy ended up in Project Adjusted, and it's for the same reason Glancer is in the game. The character is also Mechless's, so I'm guessing that Mechless just used everything he could get. Balloon Baby Bill resides on the far left side of the office, slumped over. Mechless explains over the phone that he's connected to some wires in the office. At the same time, the staff works on getting him suitable for the customers. I don't know who would willingly pay to see a half-naked robot baby, but the 70s were a different time. Occasionally, Balloon Baby Bill will laugh and look up at the player. When this happens,
Bitty
he'll
Babs
slowly
were
drain
also
power
a
from
thing,
the
I'm
zap.
not surprised.
If all of the zap power is depleted, he'll kill you. so there's another reason not to run out of the zap power. You have to click on him to temporarily disable him. Not much else happens for the rest of the night
Specifically
besides
Shake's
Glancer still
OBS,
being a
yeah.
pain to deal with.
Which is fine.
Night 3
It's
adds
just
Glossy,
OBS.
the Robin to Glancer's Batman. Glossy straight up sucks. I got nothing better to say. So, Glossy, very much similar to Glancer, will advance until she's at the office window looking in towards you. When she laughs, you have to use your zap. Glossy is arguably the biggest missed potential in the entire game. Let me explain. Besides the 4 main cameras that Glancer can use, multiple unused cameras exist. One is a vent camera, and by looking around, you can see the vents have numerous entry points into the office.
Despite the,
so if that's the case,
disconnection
why
and
is
stuff.
this not utilized?
Other than that, I'm doing
That got me thinking,
Which
how
is a
could you
wonderful
rework
platform
Glossy
without
to
any
use
bugs
some
or
of the
problems,
cameras?
nearly
Here's
puked
what I
trying to
came up
say
with.
it,
I'm essentially rehashing Redeemer's mechanic in Project Readjusted, but stick with me here. Why not have Glossy crawl through the vents? I know, crazy. When she eventually makes her way in, you must either stare at her or leave your monitor up depending on which side she enters from. It's a simple enough mechanic to program, and it utilizes the vent camera in both entrances to the office. What annoys me even more is that Glossy's wiki page states that at one point, her mechanic would have been the exact mechanic I just suggested. So why remove it? Many of Project Adjusted's faults come from the fact that Mechless needed to be more experienced with Click Team at this point in time. He would later turn this into his biggest strength, but for right now, it's his most significant handicap. And my biggest handicap is how annoying Night 3 is. The game increased in difficulty again, and it felt worse to play than ever. It did take me a couple of tries, but I eventually finished it. All you unlock after completing Night 3 is the Extras menu. It gives basic character descriptions and insight into the game's paper-thin lore. There's also a challenge mode up above. I don't know if this is Night 4 or something else, I've yet to try it. However, from the only YouTube video covering it, it seems to be the max mode. Judging by the fact that they died to both Glancer and Glossy at the same time, I took that as my sign to not even attempt playing it. And that's really about it for Project Adjusted. I'm shocked I had this much to say about this one. I really wanted to rip on the game for a few minutes and move on. But surprisingly, I found myself getting highly invested in this awful game. Really goes to show how deep the Project Readjusted brain rot is getting. This is the one game in the series I strongly recommend you refrain from playing. I don't think my words can even convey how awful an experience this was. Okay, let's finally talk about a Project Readjusted game. I didn't realize it until I played this, but I remember seeing screenshots and small snippets of gameplay when I was a lot younger. This game has somehow slipped into my subconscious for many years without me knowing. So, at least for the time, this series wasn't as underground as I thought. I mean, there clearly was a demand for the game considering it garnered much more support when it was announced as opposed to Project Adjusted 2. Let's take a step back for a moment. In the time after Mechless released Project Adjusted, he would begin work on smaller projects with other developers. He would start teasing Project Adjusted 2 in May of 2017, and development would be stable for a few months until that August, when Mechless announced a remake of Project Adjusted, titled Project Readjusted. The game was initially teased as a remake, but also a sequel. All that was known at the time was this game's new primary antagonist, this dog character. Also in the same image, we get to see Mechless' second name change to Mechlazalis, but it would be later abbreviated to Mecha in future posts. From what we know, the development for Project Readjusted went without much issue, as a release date was given only 2 months after the game was announced in a teaser with this weird Ennard-esque character. And just as the teaser said it would, Project Readjusted was released on October 16, 2017 to a considerably larger audience than what Project Adjusted launched with. Mechless would update the game a couple times throughout the month, even showing off a custom-made Project Readjusted hoodie. It's not really important, but this was too funny not to include. After around Halloween, Mechless went silent on the GameJolt page, which was odd considering how he had a habit of posting something new every few days. He mentioned how he wanted to expand his horizons by throwing his hand at a non-FNAF horror game, in favor of a third Adjusted game. Those plans were evidently aborted shortly after, because he actually spent most of that time updating Project Readjusted, improving it slightly with each update. This went on until April 2018, when Mechless couldn't update the game any further due to ClickTeam's memory limit. This is a massive factor for most fan games made in ClickTeam, especially those that are super ambitious. So for Mechless, running into this issue so soon was demotivating. He decided that his best course of action was to completely rehaul the game. This would include a pretty sizable gameplay rebalance, visual improvements, and a better story. When this version of Project Readjusted went on to release a month later in May, it was deemed the official version. This made the version that had been released previously that past October the Legacy Edition. For this section, I want to talk about the new version. This is not only because its story is canon, but also because it's a much better experience overall. Right off the bat, this game, while definitely dated, is a massive step up in quality from Project Adjusted. Everything I pointed out as a flaw in that game has been improved. However, even if it is definitely a better experience as opposed to Adjusted, it still manages to create its own unique set of problems. Project Readjusted opens up on its menu, which, in all honesty, is pretty good. It's pretty standard for me to rip on these games whenever I have the chance, but credit where credit is due, this menu does a good job of setting the tone for the game. There's also a lot of really cool additions, like how on the menu's upper right hand side is a button to view your game statistics. These include your deaths, times you have successfully defended against an enemy, and a lot of cool stuff like that. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen this before, so I'm glad in a game like Project Readjusted, there's something else to make it stand out. In addition to all the new menu features, we also can see Meklis' third name change to Meklalin on the main menu at the bottom right. Put it on the board. With not much else to do on the menu, starting a new game is our best option. We load into this cutscene, which seems to take place outside the restaurant. A shadowy figure lurks in the background. We hear a phone ringing just before we can make any assumptions about what's going on. This is not a cutscene. It is instead where the phone calls will take place each night. The shadowy figure is the character we're going to encounter that night. This was a change made in the new version. Initially, the phone call would occur during the night, but in this version they take place before, as if someone's informing you ahead of time what you're going to encounter. This also serves as an excellent way to build ambience and tension in the first night, not having anyone keep you company, but instead being left in complete isolation. It's a great idea in concept, but in practice, for a game like Project Readjusted, it doesn't work well. You see, these phone calls can get really long. A game like this would benefit the player if they could adjust to the new environment while listening. It also makes the earlier nights more interesting, so they don't have to wait for the characters to move around until much later. That alone is one of my massive complaints about Project Readjusted. There is so much dead time that could be used more effectively. This really isn't much of an issue later on, but it's very noticeable in the first few nights. During the phone call, Meklis reprises his role of phone guy to introduce us to our new job. You can tell he recorded these in one take with the amount of ums and uhs. So we applied over the phone to be a night watchman at an abandoned Buster's restaurant. The people we are working for are investigating the place to find a computer chip. What this chip does isn't explained at the moment, but it has something to do with the animatronics. Phone Guy also describes briefly how to deal with Buster, an animatronic dog who is the main star of the restaurant. He works fundamentally similar to Glancer from Project Adjusted. He will go from the stage to the dining area, a hall, and then your office. This time, the way to deal with Buster is by holding a light on his face when visible in the doorway. It's a more interesting mechanic than just shutting a door, however, it's simple enough for anyone to grasp for a first night. In fact, nothing else very notable happens for the rest of the night. It's just getting used to Buster and this weird work schedule. Can we talk about this for a moment? In Project Readjusted, for some reason, instead of a typical 12 AM to 6 AM, it's instead 9 PM to 3 AM. Even if it makes no difference to the gameplay, I find it strange that you start at 9 and leave at 3 in the morning. For some places it's a typical workday, but I get the impression it's another case of Meklis trying to make his game stand out by altering the formula slightly. It's just odd enough to get people to differentiate it from other games. After the first night ends, an actual cutscene plays. It depicts a conversation between two people. They seem to have a rocky relationship as they seem untrusting of each other. One of them then mentions something inside the Buster's diner. They then say they need to lure whatever it is out. The other suggests hiring a guy to enter and lure it out for them. The only issue is they only have 5 days. The cutscene ends, and we're put back on the menu. I don't need a PhD to tell you that these two are the ones investigating Busters, and you are the person they hired. It's a little to go off of to form a complete picture, but it's enough to give us the impression that we shouldn't completely trust our employer. The second night begins with another phone call. This time, Phone Guy explains a new character known to crawl around through the vents. This is Redeemer, easily the most unique and underutilized character this series has seen. Redeemer is an older version of Buster. It has missing eyes and a torn suit, but still works. In general, Redeemer has a bulkier and more threatening presence than Buster, which makes a lot of sense since he is older. What doesn't make sense is how little importance he actually has to the story. For a character with a name like Redeemer, you would think there would be more relevance surrounding him, but no. He is just an older version of Buster, and that's about it. Maybe he would have been crucial at one point, but since the story has changed quite a bit in between games, those plans most likely have changed a bit. Redeemer will crawl through the vents and eventually end up in your office on the floor near the bottom right. We need to keep our monitor up until he leaves. What I like about Redeemer's mechanic is that while you can see him enter the office, he isn't visible to the player when the camera is up. You must listen for a faint audio cue to suggest that he's crawled back into the vents. Come to think of it, audio cues play a much more significant role in this game. Buster, for example, will play an audio cue each time he's moved. It sometimes works, but when it does, it can be super beneficial, especially in the later nights when you can't focus entirely on Buster. Overall, Night 2 isn't the most challenging night, but it's these small steps in difficulty that Project Adjusted was lacking. The post-night cutscene confirms our earlier suspicions that these two are our employers. Also confirmed is that our name is Hayden. Other than that, there really isn't much else in this one. Which is fine, because on night 3 a lot more happens. Firstly, Phone Guy introduces us to another oddly underutilized character. This is Ned, an animatronic take on an alien bee and wasp hybrid. He's got arguably the weirdest design out of any character in the series. Paired with the bright yellow color scheme, he sticks out like a sore thumb. While making my PR3 video 2 years ago, I remember while researching, I kept seeing photos of Ned pop up. I kept wondering how Ned would be implemented into the story. I don't think Mechless knows what purpose he serves either, as his character is wholly abandoned after this game. Phone Guy says that Ned was the original entertainer of the diner, which makes no sense considering the place is named after Buster. Why would they switch names to accommodate a new character? And if they didn't, why even name it Buster's in the first place? I actually asked this question, and the response I got was that Ned was the main antagonist of Project Readjusted before Buster. Still, he decided to implement him in the game despite no other real reason than just to fill a roster spot. Ned's mechanic is probably my favorite in the entire game. He'll move from the parts and service room, almost doing a lap around the building before ending up at the hall on your right and sneaking in. Once he gets too close, you're dead. There's really nothing you can do at that point. You're supposed to be proactive in the cameras and use the replace machinery button. This will send him back one position. The button will work every time without fail, but it's not entirely risk-free. I should have mentioned thus far that the camera panel has a stability meter that is constantly taking down whenever it's in use. If the stability reaches 0, it would shut off and would only work once sufficiently charged. This has never really been an issue up until now, since Buster has always been the primary focus on the cameras, and Redeemer only requires the panel to be up for at most 5 seconds. The problem comes in when you're trying to track Buster and Ned, who are on opposite sides of the restaurant. The replace machinery button takes a couple of seconds after it's pressed to send Ned back, and once it's pressed, the camera panel is essentially useless until it's done. So Ned's addition becomes this balancing act between finding good times to send him back while occasionally looking for Buster and finally finding a few seconds to put the camera down to recharge. It is only the 3rd night, but I'm glad that arguably the most resource-intensive character has been added now and not later on. The night 3 cutscene only adds a little bit to what we already know. We accepted the job because we needed the cash, but from the conversation between the two, it seems as if they knew the job would be dangerous. If only they were a workers' comp. Night 4, shit gets real. Kind of. Phone Guy tells us that there are 2 new animatronics that we have to deal with. The first is this clown named Greg. Greg is your Balloon Boy equivalent because he's really only there to mess you up. And if you don't click on him in enough time, he'll move up to the light button, preventing it from being used. He's never really that much of a threat, but he has messed me up a couple of times and even caused a death. The second character is Glancy. If that name sounds familiar, it's because Glancy is a fusion of Glancer and Glossy from Project Adjusted. Like almost every character, Glancy is an odd addition to the game. The only real explanation that Phone Guy gives for its existence is that both Glancer and Glossy were sitting in the back room, their suits incomplete, and someone decided to sew them together. Besides that, Glancy does not need to exist. They had a minor cameo in PR2, but other than that, they were promptly forgotten. Anyway, Glancy will start off in the backstage alongside Ned. Every time they move forward, they'll make a pretty loud noise. They aim to make it to the supply closet to disable our camera panel. Once that happens, they'll rush into the office. We need to turn off the lights in the supply closet once they're there. This will confuse them, and they'll return to wherever they started. Glancy isn't really much of a threat once you have your cycle of dealing with Buster and Ned down. He only shows up to the supply closet once, maybe twice, and he only falls into place when Buster and Ned are gone. The 4th post-night cutscene finally shows the 2 going inside the restaurant. Well, saying that we're shown this is a bit generous. Still, it's implied that they finally go inside. Most of it is spent in the perspective of one of the guys as he sets up the office. Also confirmed is one of the guys' names, Andrew, who is revealed to be the phone guy. Somewhere in all of this, they split up. Andrew goes outside to record the phone calls, and the other guy is inside setting up the office. After Andrew comes back inside from recording, the 2 hear something approaching. When it does, Andrew is instructed by the other guy to run and leave him behind. The 2 split up once again, and the cutscene ends. Night 5 starts with Phone Guy, now confirmed to be named Andrew, telling us about the 6th and final character to watch out for. Their name is Vinard, and it's the animatronic housing the chip he and his friend want. Vinard is this goblin-like character with a Funtime-esque look. He was suited with wheels because he was intended to be this super interactive entertainer who adapts to his environment. However, he was found to be hostile during testing. Spoiler, it's probably from the chip, which is essentially why Andrew and his friend are after it. Vinard now resides in the control module and can only mess with your camera panel. Occasionally during the night, a blinking warning sign will appear on the minimap. We have to turn off the lights in whatever room we're on. This is supposed to stop Vinard from making his way towards you, since he can't adapt to an environment he can't see. Once you've adjusted to fit Vinard in with every other character, which takes like 10 seconds, Night 5 is a cakewalk. My general strategy that worked pretty effectively was to cycle between the party hall, supply closet, and office corner. This cycle is beneficial in dealing with pretty much every threat. The party hall works well for dealing with Ned since he has 2 positions in that camera, so the majority of the time he'll be in that hall. Considering that Ned isn't the primary focus in most cases, you can judge more effectively whether or not you need to take time to deal with him. He also has one more frame after he leaves, so while keeping him there is a priority, it allows you a bit of breathing room if you need to focus on someone else. The other 2 cameras are self-explanatory. Check the supply closet for Glancy, and check the office corner to know when Buster will be at your door. Besides that, keep the camera down for most of the night and quickly act on Redeemer, Vinard, and Greg. The entire game, including the max mode, can be beaten fairly easily with this strategy. And believe it or not, that's really about it for Project Readjusted. What, you thought there was more to the story? Yeah, surprisingly not. There isn't a cutscene after Night 5, nor is there one for beating Daredevil or any of the custom night challenges for that matter. As it turns out, the endings for this game are programmed, but the event to fire those cutscenes isn't. What we roughly know from a screenshot shared by Mechless is that Andrew does, in fact, come back inside the restaurant, presumably after a bit of time has passed, and sees that Vinard has been disabled and the chip has been removed. It also implies that what Andrew's friend did was a little bit more than just disabling Vinard. It sounds like Andrew found something, but it's never confirmed or brought up again. So I guess we'll never know. My guess is that it has something to do with a murder, like someone's body was found near the Vinard suit, if that at all makes sense. It'll make sense later when we get to a point in PR2, but for now we don't even have a clue aside from a cutscene images found within the game files. That's really where the story ends. Andrew's friend disappeared, leaving Andrew wondering where he went. There is still more to Project Readjusted, like the somewhat recoded Night 3 of Project Adjusted, and even a bit of a scrap build of Project Adjusted 2. But even with those extras, Project Readjusted is still a solid game, even if it is buggy and somewhat incomplete. Still, it's better than what I was told it was going to be going in, but you know what I wouldn't hold off on? Project Readjusted 2. Yeah, amazing segue, I know. Jumping ahead a few months, after the successful re-release of Project Readjusted, Mechless would set out for another project to readjust. Project Readjusted 2! Teased almost exclusively as this massive announcement, Project Readjusted 2 was first revealed in July 2018. The game would undergo numerous iterations before finally landing on a final design and releasing on February 23, 2019. Even if it was a couple of months after its announcement, Mechless was hard at work at the time making sure that this game was undoubtedly his best. And while now that sentiment doesn't particularly hold up, this project stood pretty firm on its own at the time. He has been gone for so long, it's only a matter of time before he shows his face. But I cannot wait any longer. I need answers to my questions. If you can afford it, it is but
very
where did he
good
go? The description reads. It's a simple synopsis, but one that perfectly captures what the point of Project Readjusted 2 is. It's not some cheap sequel that, let's be honest here, was highly prevalent at the time. This game is an actual continuation of the story that's starting to get interesting. Opening up the game for the first time is a vast improvement over Project Readjusted, which also happened to be a vast improvement over Project Adjusted. Improvement is a common theme with this series, as each entry, hell, each update feels better to play. A great example of this is the menu theme itself. This time, this catchy and intense piece that perfectly accompanies the other elements on the menu. I know the menu theme is something I've brought up before, and I will bring it up again, trust me, but nailing the small details right from the start makes this series feel so good to play. To the far right is an animatronic. It's entirely random which one is on screen, but it shuffles between a messed up looking version of Buster and this other blue character. The text in the top left, reminding us what game we're playing, spazzing out to the beat of the song, also helps contribute to what is generally an intense looking menu. At the bottom left is a button for a shop, something that you don't see very much in fan games. It offers cosmetics for the office, as well as this box. We can earn tokens after completing a shift, and the amount you collect increases with the difficulty. It's a neat system, and it's probably one of the first instances that something similar has been made in a fan game. It shows that the game was created by Mechless. But hold on a minute, any video playthrough of PR2 when it was released will show something different. That's right, it's Mechless' 4th name change, this time to Mech13 Games.
Same here.
To be honest, I like this change a lot, even if having numbers in your name is pretty stupid. Wait a minute. After pressing new game, a cutscene plays in a similar style to those found in the first game. We're playing as Andrew, the phone guy from PR1, who is still on the hunt for his friend that mysteriously left him at the end of that game. As we'll come to find in greater detail later on, Andrew is pretty resourceful. We can even see some of that character trait in this game, as Andrew whittles down the possible places for his friend to be at. He deduces that they're hiding in the Buster's location that is currently being renovated. We see that there's an open position as a night guard, and the cutscene ends as it fades to black to start the first night. We load into the office, and since most of the game takes place here, let's take some time to get used to it. We are at Diner World Supply and Storage Facility, which is being renovated into a Buster's. This is all revealed to us through a phone call from someone who isn't Mechless this time. The voice is of Najepson, who I'm relatively sure that this is their only voice acting role. Regardless, they do a pretty decent job here. It's nice to have a new voice in this series. Phone Guy also gives us the basic rundown, where we are, what's happening, and what characters will move around. He cuts right to the chase after implying that we worked previously at the old Buster's location. The one character active tonight is Cable Buster, whom Phone Guy calls an older version of Buster. Cable Buster is old, but most of it still works, as the company is trying to restore it for use when the restaurant opens. He isn't to be confused with Redeemer, who is another old variant of Buster. Cable Buster will wander around the building in two paths, splitting up to either go to the west or east hall once he leaves the supply room. Which way he goes doesn't necessarily matter, as there are two cameras between you and him in either path. Once Buster gets to his closest position from your office before killing you, his voice box will activate and he'll say a day of the week. We must input that same day into the speaker back in the supply room. It will call him back since he's attracted to noise. It works pretty well if you can hear Buster, which is sometimes an issue as there'll be other things going on in the background that could distract from Buster. Other than that, Night 1 is more of an introduction to the new environment and tools without the difficulty we'll experience much later. After our first shift, we get another cutscene from our perspective. We found that in a newspaper, a missing person was last seen at the old Buster's location. It said that the missing person is the spy that Matthew took care of. There are a couple things to mention here. First, we have a name for Andrew's friend, so I can stop calling him that. Matthew had seemingly killed and taken care of a spy. This is who I believe the person in the true ending of Project Readjusted was. Since we don't have a visual, I assume that the spy showed up at the Buster's restaurant, and Matthew told Andrew to run. Matthew kills the spy, takes the chip out of Innard, and leaves. That's entirely speculation, by the way. It's never really confirmed what happens at that moment, but it's probably my best interpretation of it. Now that we've established Matthew as a character, it's crucial that you remember that name. Not only because it's undoubtedly the best name, speaking from experience, but he's also the single most important character going forward. After the cutscene fades to black, we load into a minigame. This minigame is interesting, and not in a good way. This was scrapped in most versions of the game and was only brought back with the very recent patch, so not a lot of people actually know how to play it. I am not one of those people. I'm sorry, I tried to learn how to play this, but I just couldn't do it. And since you have to replay the first night over and over again to get another shot at it, I figured it wasn't entirely worth it. On top of that, this minigame is still pretty bugged. There's about a 75% chance that this section will soft lock your game, leaving you stuck until you restart. The minigame is intended to have you secure the building in exchange for 10 tokens. You're supposed to charge your security meter up to 100%, but every time you turn to your left, it resets. Looking to your left is only really important so you see how close Buster is to attacking. Other than that, you have to use your resources given on the computer to survive. Again, I couldn't figure this out. If someone wants to give this a try, please let me know how you complete this. Moving on to night 2, there's a new section on the camera panel for the air ducts. Phone Guy explains that he's enabled it in case a rat enters. Likely story, because the real rat is Glancer. He's back, in infested form. Glancer is kind of a weird character to add if you really think about it, but he oddly makes the most sense for a reason the game will tell us in a little bit. Right now though, Glancer will get in through the air ducts through a backstage area. Once he's in, where he goes is pseudo-random. I want to talk a little bit more in depth about Glancer's mechanic, more specifically how he moves through the air ducts, but for right now, all you need to know is that he can come from any of the 3 openings that are above the office. Glancer moves in silence, so tracking his movement can be especially difficult. The radar, however, allows you to see his exact location for a few seconds before taking a little longer to recharge. We have to seal off whichever side of the vent he's coming from to prevent him from getting in. You can only have one door down at a time, and by having a door down, you have to worry about its power. Thankfully, it can be rebooted at any time, but it's still incredibly sketchy. Glancer's mechanic to me feels like they want you to stick with your gut instead of knowing if you're safe. It leads to that anxiety feeling that the game does exceptionally well. Glancer is for sure the most challenging character to learn, so I'm glad he's introduced early into the game so there isn't this absurd difficulty spike later on. The third cutscene we get essentially confirms that Matthew did kill the spy. He put it inside a spare Glancer suit, the same suit that's crawling through the air ducts. In this context, the name Infested Glancer makes a lot more sense, since the body and the suit are probably infested with mites and maggots. Gross. This makes Glancer the Springtrap of the Project Readjusted series, which is fitting since Glancer is one of the original characters. Andrew reasons that since there's very obviously a body in the suit, if he's caught anywhere near it, he could land in jail. With the suit, however, Andrew has more than enough evidence to get Matthew arrested. However, instead of turning in what he's found, he decides to keep quiet in hopes that Matthew will turn up. On the third night, we're introduced to the Wraiths, which are Project Readjusted's version of the Phantoms that everyone loves. There are 3 Wraiths in total, each of them with their own new mechanic. Starting with Wraith Ned, after 8 seconds of being on the camera panel, he will materialize on the screen. Dealing with him is easy as long as you look away immediately. The second Wraith is Vinard, who actually isn't enabled until night 4, but I thought it'd be a lot easier to mention him here alongside the others. Vinard will occasionally make a sound indicating that he's been activated. You can find him in camera 8 staring at the floor. You have to stay on the camera until his eyes look up at the camera, and if you stay too long, I'm sure you can guess what happens. The final Wraith is Finn, a completely new character. Finn is a cat, I believe, and was intended to be a character that would be on stage alongside Buster, almost as a sidekick. Finn's actual existence is debatable considering we never actually see him. His presence is sort of confirmed in PR3, so whether you consider him an actual character or not is up to you. After a short period of time on the monitor, Finn will spawn in one of 3 spots in the office. Hovering the mouse over him will make him go away. If any wraiths were to get to you, they temporarily stun you. Once you regain the ability to move, we'd need to repair the lights on the maintenance side of the air ducts panel. Other than introducing the Wraiths, Night 3 feels essentially the same as the previous. In the post-night cutscene, we once again hear from Andrew as he accounts for the previous night's issues. Andrew believes that the Wraiths are forming because of toxic fumes in the restaurant's air supply. Andrew also finds a tape that reveals the Glancer suit had constructed itself in the back room. This idea of it seemingly being forming itself from almost nothing goes nowhere, and it's never really brought up again.
Wow.
It's just another
High
case
praise.
of an interesting detail. Night
Also,
4 adds the final character to the game. Well,
I'm
the
doing
final
some
2 characters if you
commissions.
count
I'm drawing
Wraith
some
Vinard.
scrunkles. How
Magic
are
Suit
you?
is an old character from the Project Adjusted days that now resides in the secondary supply, a room whose camera no longer works. Magic Suit is constrained to the floor by 3 plugs that will slowly lose stability over time. These 3 plugs must be recharged, as losing them will cause a pretty slow but inevitable death. Magic Suit is technically explained on night 3, but I never really had an issue with him until night 4 because his plugs barely lose any stability. Magic Suit is another interesting character, as it seems that Mechless is setting him up to be incredibly important, only for him to lose any relevance pretty quickly. There are way too many characters like this. You have Ned,
tired from a day of
Redeemer,
work?
and Vinard
Hell
from
yeah.
Project Readjusted,
I mean,
and
it
now
sucks that
Glancer
you're
and Magic
tired,
Suit from
but
its
good
sequel.
work.
I'm curious if Mechless retconned this much of the
glad
story
you're
so it'd be easier to
work-
follow and in turn make games for. As I'm sure you're
Looks
aware,
got a
that's not
summer-
entirely uncommon because FNAF will do similar things when it introduces new characters. The only difference is that FNAF has had time to let these characters grow and take on their own roles. In Project Readjusted, we have 3 games with a ton of characters and scrapped content. It almost felt as if Mechless was just adding these characters as a means for fan service, but then realized that he could do it better as if adding more characters could do that. I would say that's my one massive gripe with the series. There's not enough time to let things develop. There was a version of the series going
Sounds like a
forward after
theory.
PR1,
Again.
but it's also clear that that wasn't the plan. I think Magic Suit embodies that very idea that plans can change abruptly, and the series can go in a very new direction quickly. Instead of changing or removing characters, they're left in the game. I can see how some would argue that it adds to the charm, but I think it makes the series feel very disjointed in some spots. I love this series for what it's worth, but it seems like a massive oversight. But then again, I guess it could also be material for people to speculate on years later. It was almost as if Mechless wanted someone to cover the series in a massive multi-hour YouTube video. The 5th cutscene sheds a little bit more light on Finn. He was a character that was never finished, but as I mentioned earlier, was meant to accompany Buster on stage. Andrew also notices how its head and hands are missing from the suit, almost as if someone's been trying to dismantle it. The cutscene ends after Andrew makes another remark on how weird the place is. Look, I love Andrew as a character, but I couldn't help but notice that a lot of his oddities are entirely due to the poor writing. I don't get the impression he would actively care this much about a scrapped character while he's looking for his potentially killer friend. Night 5 doesn't add anything new, but serves as the game's unofficial climax in difficulty. I say that pretty loosely, considering that there's 2 more nights arguably harder than this, but for a lot of people, Night 5 is where they stop playing. And yeah, Night 5 is incredibly difficult. A lot of the difficulty comes from the inability to form a reliable gameplay cycle. Since Glancer is incredibly random in how he moves, you can't really plan around him. Instead, planning around the others and hope that in the time in between is enough to find him and take a guess at where he's headed. Difficulty, more specifically balancing, is something that I've relentlessly preached many times before. It was the basis of my original PR3 video because of how important it is. There should be time for every threat to be dealt with without overlap. Night 5's difficulty...
Demos, you have been a very, very good boy.
feels as if it should be night 6, which is odd because for the only time in Project Readjusted history is there a 6th night, where I argue there really isn't a need for one, both narratively and logistically. If I were making the game, I think I would make night 4 a little easier and add a new wraith each night. This is just so the player doesn't feel overwhelmed. Overall, night 5 is a pretty large step up in difficulty. partly because both Buster and Glancer are at a higher AI than ever, and also because the game up until this point had been a little too easy. In retrospect, Project Readjusted 1 had way better balancing. For my initial playthrough, I only died twice, on nights 4 and 5, and unsurprisingly to Buster since he requires that you plan around him. It never felt unfair at any point, I just knew I had to be a little bit more quicker next time. However, something that PR2 did a lot better was give the game a proper ending. After completing night 5, we get one more cutscene. It's been 5 days since Andrew started working here. Matthew is still yet to turn up. Suddenly, Andrew hears people outside. The police were tipped off about the Glancer suit, being told that anyone inside the building was responsible. It was a setup by Matthew. Andrew gets arrested, put on trial, is found guilty, and is sentenced to death row in a fairly short period of time.
Damn.
This is the fake ending. Project Readjusted 2 has 2 endings, one fake and one true. The true ending, much like FNAF 3, is pretty complicated, but before we can unlock it, we have to go back for one more night. Return Night, as I mentioned earlier, is the only instance of a 6th night in the entire series, and I would argue that PR2 is the only game in the series that would benefit from not having one. Return Night is a much harder Night 5 in pretty much every aspect. The wraiths are more annoying, and you have to play a lot more conservative than before. Unfortunately, there's not really much to cover on this night because it's essentially an extra, non-canon challenge. It gives an extra menu star and unlocks the extras menu, so while it is technically required, it really serves no greater purpose. The extras menu, though, is pretty cool. Just like Project Readjusted 1, it gives some valuable insight into how the game was made, the characters, and even scrap builds of earlier versions. We even get some cool cheats and challenges to make the game easier or harder for any replay we may want to do. Before moving on, I want to briefly talk about the custom night, more specifically its max mode, Cake Night. Let me start by saying that Cake Night is incredibly difficult. It is not an easy max mode by any means, and it really comes down to one character. Glancer is by far the single most annoying part of it all.
Video.
Not
That's
only
funny.
is he way faster than ever before,
Also, hi,
he's
JP.
almost at a point where he's so
Onion.
fast it's borderline unfair. So how would you even get consistent enough with Glancer to eventually beat this? It was discovered by someone in the community named Rainbow Hype that Glancer is not entirely random. Let me explain. When Glancer enters the air ducts, his AI will choose which door he's going to come through from the very start. On top of this, Glancer takes only one route for each of the 3 doors. So by watching his first 2 or 3 movements, you can accurately predict which door he's going to be at. There are some automatic tells, like if Glancer starts off by going down instead of up, he'll be at the middle door. Once he's in the top middle section, if he goes further left, he'll be at the right vent, and if he goes down, he'll be at the left. Knowing that Glancer is more pseudo-random right from the start is what makes Cake Night a lot easier. Otherwise, it would more or less play out the same way as Night 6. I wanted to save that discovery until the very end because it's not only when I discovered it, but it's also the most useful here as you may only get 1 or 2 radar uses before having to make a decision. This strategy does work for every night before this as well, which made replaying the game over for the true ending much easier. Speaking of the true ending, it's a bit more complicated. There is only one video that I know of someone who actually gets it on camera, so if it wasn't for JPG Secker, I probably would not have ever found it. Just like FNAF 3, you're going to have to replay the game from the very beginning. On one of the cameras, the room name text will flicker a little bit. Clicking on the text will briefly show us a vision in the form of an 8-bit minigame before fading out and taking us back to the night. The visions we see range from inside a Buster's restaurant, outside looking at a dumpster, the backstage area, the same dumpster but with a Glancer suit next to it, and finally another look at the dumpster scene, but with Buster there sitting next to Glancer. Doing all of this gives us a new ending. The minigame. It spoke the words I couldn't find myself. Matthew died with his baby. A tape left on him. I can't explain what I've experienced here. I can't go on with this sudden guilt. This damn children's entertainment change should have never happened. This outcome was not proper, and I can't handle it. I don't know what will happen next. I'll report the death of him and the corpse to the police. At least I can get off with no charges. I can't put myself to do it. I can't go the route my gut wants me to go. It's revealed that shortly after, that same evening, Andrew had a heart attack. The evidence never made its way to the police. After a week, police received complaints from pedestrians. Without making an official statement from the police or any company official, the building would be demolished. Diner World Entertainment closed its doors, with the hope of re-entering the children's entertainment industry someday in another way. This is the true ending. As much as I love to rip on the Project Readjusted series for having pretty much meaningless lore, I have to give credit where credit's due. This ending is very solid, even if it's debatable how much of it is still canon after PR3. But for the time, this was the definitive conclusion. Especially considering there wasn't really any talk of a PR3 ever happening. We know now that even as this game suggests that Andrew's story is complete, we know that's not all the case. I think that perfectly summarizes the main portion of Project Readjusted 2. It's a satisfying game that really brings the story full circle, even if there wasn't anything meant to come after it. In retrospect, I don't know if that makes the game better or worse off because of it. However, before we move on to that, there's one last thing I want to talk about.
Game,
if you remember from earlier, when I was talking about Project Readjusted 2's shop, I mentioned a box. The box is the most expensive item in the shop. It costs 50 tokens to unlock. So for many, it's never justifiable to spend that much on it. But the box is oddly Project Readjusted 2's most interesting piece of side content. When you download PR2 off GameJolt and extract the original zip file, you'll notice two things. First is the actual PR2 exe, and another zip file. This one titled The Box. Attempting to extract the file, however, only results in an error as it's password protected. An odd choice, especially considering that the file itself is almost as big as the main game. Extracting the file is currently out of the picture, but what if you run the file as is? Opening the folder leads to 6 separate executables, each a couple megabytes in size. Running any of these is also out of the question since they're still under the password protection. So what gives? Purchasing the box gives you a code, and inputting the same code into the zip folder unlocks it. So what's truly in the box? No, it's not Matthew's severed head, I thought so too. But extracting the file gives us access to these 6 exe files. All of the files are named content and then a number. These are early builds of Project Readjusted 2. I want to talk about each of these individually because they aren't just separate test builds with the same characters. These are practically 6 new games, each with new characters, environments, and more. So join me as we briefly look at the 6 versions of Project Readjusted 2 that never made it to release. Opening Content 1 presents us with a black screen. In the middle are instructions on what seem to be a bonus night of sorts. Pressing enter to begin the alpha night throws us into this strange office. Definitely one we haven't seen yet. If you took a look at the extras menu in PR2 before opening the box, you'd notice that this is one of the same offices listed in the scrap content section. In fact, all 6 files are those versions. Figuring this out for the first time was a massive surprise, as a lot of developers hide their early game builds from the public. I mean, rightfully so, most of them suck, but in this case, it's really cool. Back to the files, this version of Project Readjusted 2 would have taken place in a Capture the Flag arena as a gimmicky birthday attraction of sorts, with the main portion of the building holding the actual arena and the outskirts being hallways and a break room. There would be 2 entrances into the office, the massive hallway in front of you and another hallway behind you, which you can't see but is conveyed on the map. The way you would defend yourself would have to do with some sort of decoy that you would have to put up on either side of the office. I'm assuming that would also have to do with the 2 cameras on either side of the office. Speaking of which, they have an interesting mechanic. Only one camera can be used at a time, and the way they're activated is by clicking and holding to charge them. These are the only 2 cameras that can be seen directly outside the office. So it's a high risk, high reward for being able to use them properly. As for threats, the game would feature the bygone
It's a wild KB.
The group would have included Buster and Ned, but also someone new that goes by the name of Circa-Pup, who would activate on night 5. It's implied that Circa-Pup was made by a different company from the ones who made Buster and Ned. That company would eventually go bankrupt, and all properties were given to Busters. The whole deal with the bygone animatronics is that they've been abandoned for years, so it makes sense why they're all grouped together like this. The word bygone actually refers to an earlier time. There was supposed to be one more character added, named Morphin. If this version was ever completed, he was supposed to be the only character active on night 7. I think it's safe to assume that Morphin would have been a hybrid of all the bygone animatronics in the form of some hallucination. He greatly resembles aspects of each of the characters. The head of Buster, ears of Ned, and limbs of Circa-Pup. As much as hybrid characters have been done to death in recent memory, it's really cool to see how the style would have been interpreted in 2018. And as far as I can remember, this is one of the earliest examples of this. The name Morphin could have also referred to how the characters have morphed into one being, but my interpretation is that the name is actually referring to morphine because no amount of it could have suppressed the absolute pain that this guy would have inflicted. I mean, his character description is just 3 question marks. When have question marks ever represented anything good in FNAF? Anyway, this build was super interesting. It reminds me more of the style that Five Nights at Warriors had, with those super grungy environments mixed with what, assuming were to be placeholders, look to be low poly characters and designs. However, the second build of Project Readjusted 2 is where things get a little bit more interesting. There's an actual character coded. There's a version of Ned that will occasionally wander into the office, where you have to be completely still if you want him to leave. While he is coded, it's inherently clear that there's still more work to do, as the game would crash randomly even if I was completely still the entire time.
I shouldn't have drank too much, hold
this
on.
version of Ned is also bygone Ned, as he
She's
looks
exploding.
almost identical from the first
She's dying.
one. This time, the location is an actual restaurant, the size of which looks to have been scaled down
Oh, you're here now.
dramatically
You're
to
stuck with
accommodate
me.
the fewer animatronics. only featuring a few party rooms,
drinking
a
at a
main
party,
area, and a
hold
backstage.
on.
I mean, it's definitely
What the fuck is
cool,
that?
don't get me wrong,
Hi,
but I think paired with the
Celine.
mechanics, it's easy to see why this game was
Stinky.
canned. In the cameras, there are buttons to toggle the camera light,
Hi.
which would also allow you to use the lights in the office. I'm only assuming that's what would have done,
What
but
happened?
there's no clear indication. It seems as if Mecla
Emco didn't mean to join in. She just tried to go in the sidebar, and now she's here. Now she's stuck with me.
Oh, I meant to come in and call you stinky. I 100% meant to.
Oh, I know. I believe you.
How could you? How could you do this to me?
Pretty easily.
Watch me.
Stinky.
Watch me, bitch.
How could you?
You like
Also,
it.
yes, Emco.
You're right. I just wanted to say, damn bitch, next time I won't compliment your frames.
Yeah, it was going fine until you said, "Hey, you're no longer 2 frames. Congrats." And then I immediately dropped back to 2 frames.
They said your wife has been
Goddamn.
drinking, and now she's complimenting you. Hold on.
Oh shit, Emco's here. We gotta drop the quality quick.
Oh, quick as hell, dude. Drop those frames like fucking like they got bitch slapped.
For a moment, I thought that I had just like drank too much, and that like it's not that. Hold on. It's not that you. It's not that you were having issues with frames, but rather there was something wrong with my eyes. I was fully believing this.
They took my eyes.
They took my fucking eyes.
Piglet.
You have a question in the side chat.
I do?
Yeah.
How goes the arting?
Speaking to me. Oh, sure.
might.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, wait.
I didn't even ask. I was like, I'm going in. I'm going to call you stinky.
Oh, you can join whenever you want. I honestly don't care. People
Mommy's not gonna
are
get up.
nice to ask,
Mommy-
but it's like, I want company. Please join.
No.
I was about to say, KV loves me. KV won't deny me.
She wouldn't turn me away at the door, would she?
There.
Knock, knock, KV. I'm 3 drinks in. Can I come in?
Let's go.
To be fair, I'm 7.
You're 7 drinks in?
You're 7 years old? Wow.
Wait. No, Twitch, don't. Those
Wait,
are my
wait.
Can't be here anymore.
Oh, I've only just showed up on your stream for me.
Saya, fucking Nara.
My bitch.
Prepare to be deleted.
Any last words?
Okay.
I no longer
Okay.
wish to be horny.
If I
I can't
Wish
fix
to be
that one.
hornier.
Duh.
I only wish
If I don't come
I
back,
can't fix that
the
shit,
birthday boy will be angry. But I'll join in later if you guys are still on.
Have a good one.
Okay, tell him happy birthday.
Wait, who
No.
birthday?
Stinker.
It's my Final Fantasy friend.
Oh, tell him happy birthday.
Oh.
No.
The stinker.
Okay.
Is it the one that approves?
Okay, bye. No, it's not an approved friend. Bye.
Uh-huh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But also, how y'all
Wanna say it
doing?
was- Doing good.
I'm alive.
You better be, or else I'm gonna have a real fun time at the doctor's. A concerning few hours.
KV, the accident was a year ago. You need to wake up.
It's fine, KB. It's fine.
That's okay. I almost gave KV trauma when she wrote "The bitch I lived" and was panicking. It was like, what if Celine doesn't do well from her surgery?
I drew that. She was like, "Yeah, draw me in a hospital bed," and I drew that, and I was like, "Wait, what if she actually like goes into a coma or something like that?" I was like,
Especially
I
since
now
I
just
set it
showed
up
up,
to
holy
auto
shit.
post.
Yeah.
Since I also like set it up to auto post, KV was like, Celine.
"Is she okay?"
You made it right. You made it right. You made it right.
Like I know it was a minor surgery, but there's still like the lingering thought in the back of my head that's just like, maybe it's not
Yeah,
gonna be okay."
any surgery can always like
Turn
unfortunately
sideways.
have like the implications of things happening. I mean, no, I'm good. I recovered. Everything's going Gucci with that.
Yeah.
You feeling better?
Yeah, I don't have that pain anymore. I mean, I have my normal pain.
Yeah, you just don't have that extra level of pain.
I mean, I have chronic pain issues. It's never gonna go away, but that pain was
debilitating.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That was cherry on top pain.
Like I've had gallbladder attack pains, and I'd rather go through those again than that pain.
Yikes,
Oh.
that bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
What was the cause of it? If you're comfortable talking about it.
So it is a little like very like it's kind of like a very TMI thing. But it is something that can just develop randomly.
Mhm.
And that's what happened with me, and it's like a gastric thing that is more close to like the exit of the gastric area essentially.
Oh, gotcha.
And yeah, like the doctor said it was when they like did the surgery to remove it and like cut the tendons and stuff like that. Her exact wording was, in all of my years of doing the surgery, that was the largest one I've seen.
Whew.
Hey, yo.
Yikes.
And she was actually like lividly angry for me because the other surgeon I saw refused to do the surgery and because he said that he couldn't see it, and she was like, it was plain as day.
Oh, fuck that.
She was like, what does he mean he didn't fucking see it? And I'm just sitting there like, it's gone.
Yay. I can sit now.
And she's like, it could come back. She's like, you could always have like another one form, but the type of surgery I had lessens that exponentially.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. So we're doing good. No more pain in that regard, which is fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Because there were a couple of days where I was really considering unsubscribing from my subscription to Laugh.
You're thinking about just letting the free trial run its course.
If I just Alt F4 out of here, the pain will be gone. But
yeah,
I
like
really
it was. Oof. Yeah, I was like not to like not joking about, like I have to joke about it with myself because like it was that bad, like it had gotten that bad at one point.
Oh boy.
But yeah, it was rough. It was a rough time.
It sounds
doing better now though.
Yeah. Good thing that you
My new thing was I had like that fucking god awful cold this week, so I had to cancel stream stuff because I was like,
you were
I'm going through it, my dude.
You are a smorgasbord of health problems.
I am.
Piss off God this month. What the hell?
Which one?
So back when I were a children.
Back when I were a children. Yep. That's how you say it.
That is, I had a lot of medical issues since I was very young.
Ever since this day, my birthday, it has been hitting the fan.
It all started.
Ever since the day of my birth, shit hit the fan. I was the child that my parents were like, "Are you good?"
You go to the doctors, they're just like, "How are you still alive?"
Well, it didn't help with the fact that it didn't help with the fact that my mother would like always invalidate like my medical issues, and then my father, which they are divorced and have been since I was like baby, was like, "Hey, we should get her checked out for this thing." My mom, nah.
Ugh.
That's how I found out when I was at the ripe age of 25 that my grandmother told me, "Oh yeah," because that was when I went to like a therapist, and they were like, "Yeah." They're like, "So you have all of the trademarks and hallmarks of having like autism and ADHD and like these other things." And she was like, "We can do a formal test, but it's very expensive." But she was like, "I'm very comfortable like diagnosing you with it." And my grandmother said, "Yeah, we had a family friend that like," that's when I was like, "Yeah, this doctor said this." And my Grammy's like, "Oh yeah, our family friend who's a psychologist said that you had that when you were younger, and your mom said, no, you don't."
Wow.
And I sat there, I was like, the whole fucking time.
Yeah, exactly, Echo. Pull up the gun.
You
I was like, you're telling me it was there the whole fucking time?
You mean to tell me?
You mean we could have just known this from the start?
My father genuinely had a moment where he was like, "Oh, that really explains why when it came to like school stuff, if you were not interested in a subject, you would just mentally check out. Like it would be like a switch being flipped. And I'm like, there were so many signs.
The frames! Echo the frames!
It happened again!
Not again!
Why is it always Echo?
I don't know.
What have you done?
Echo summons the frame rates.
God damn. Man, I need to find like another software to stream from because this is ridiculous.
Which one are you currently using?
OBS. It's OBS Studio.
OBS is fine. It might be
Have you
okay,
recently updated?
I'm probably going to hate hearing this. That's the issue. You have to update. The newest update required for the frames to not be wonky. It requires you to update for like reactive images and shit.
That's the thing. The reactives are fine, but everything else
except that might be a
suck.
cause of why your frames are dropping because it's trying to continually connect to
Is
it.
it?
Yeah.
I heard my friend Domo the other day. Is it because I sippied? My friend Domo the other day was trying to use OBS, and for some reason it just wasn't processing GIFs. Is that part of
Yeah,
it?
because it's pulling it from websites, yeah.
That's weird. It's been like this for like a couple weeks though. That's kind of
Yeah, the update was a couple weeks ago.
well, that might explain a couple things.
The iframes are checking out
Damn.
there, my homie.
If only there was like some conclusion that we can make with this.
You know, I updated the last time I updated my OBS, it fucked up everything. So I had to like reinstall
Okay.
everything. So
I'm going to ask a
Yeah.
question, and I might be scared of the answer.
uh-huh.
What does it say your current CPU usage is?
My current CPU?
Oh no.
It is at
Yeah.
21%.
Oh!
Okay, good.
No, that's high.
Is it?
On OBS?
Well,
Oh no,
on OBS it's
on my
21?
no, on my
Oh.
like PC itself.
Oh my god. I thought you were
Okay,
talking about
so-
on OBS. I was about to have a heart attack.
No, on
So
on
I was
OBS it
thinking
says
that was just
1.7
overall.
now.
Oh, then it shouldn't be dropping these frames like this.
1.7.
Now it's
Yeah,
at
that's
2.2.
good. That's actually really low for OBS. OBS, you want it to be below, like
I'll
11 and
stop
below.
sipping. I won't. Please get back the frames. Please.
It's Echo's cursed.
Echo is trying so hard.
I'm wondering if it's Steve, I'm wondering if it's doing that weird thing where it's trying to connect to the wrong server.
That's what I saw, and I was
Oh.
thinking like after I end stream because I have it to where it's the Twitch dot something something, which I saw recommended a while ago. But it's been that way for a while.
There's also one where it should like auto reconnect smoothly, so it wouldn't drop frames as sharply as it is for you right now.
Yeah. I also like lowered the bitrate and everything, so.
Yeah, girl, your frames are fucking wild.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, Raggy.
I don't know, Raggy.
Your rings are wrecked.
Where are my resticles?
Reggie, where are my resticles?
Where are my resticles? Where was Ricky yesterday?
I'm really baffled what's going on with your OBS, dude.
I am as well. I'm probably gonna have to like uninstall and reinstall it again.
Try turning off reactives real quick. Let me see something.
I shall turn off the reactives. Gone.
We are
Deleted.
going away.
Into the void.
Okay. We're just waiting for it to catch up and register that they're gone.
So I went back on low latency and refreshed the page. Still see us bouncing around on screen.
Yeah, it's like very delayed on your stream.
it does this thing, right? Like it
You have
doesn't.
the delay set up.
No. Why would I deliberately do that?
Well, because like if you're streaming certain games or you're doing like content that's like competition content, some people do turn on like a longer delay.
That's the thing. I don't usually have delays. Like before all this happened, like my computer was fine except for like, Final Fantasy 16 and like huge games like that. I would have like a bit of delay. But other than that, like I didn't really have that issue.
We might need to definitely try updating your OBS, my dude.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, do you also have a Windows update or two, by
No,
chance?
my Windows is fully updated. I updated this morning.
Okay.
Mm.
Because I saw there was one this morning. I'm just like,
Yeah.
Consider.
Stippy thinks that I
Yeah,
am
I'm
an
just seeing on the
idiot
screen.
and I do not update my Windows.
Well, for some Windows updates, you don't want to update it because like sometimes like until you can get like a good report on it, you don't know what could be breaking.
Yeah.
On the new update.
It was
So
just a minor
sometimes it
patch
is
though
good
this
to
morning,
wait.
so. Oh,
Yeah.
it's green again.
It was the reactives.
No, it I don't know if it's the reactives because it took so long to go back to green.
Well, it also took a while for it to register they weren't on your screen anymore too.
Yeah, now your video, I just refreshed the page. Now it's all up to date.
Yeah. It's the reactives. It's trying, for some reason, it's struggling pulling from the website source.
Wow. You hate to see it.
Wow.
Owie.
It wasn't Echo. It was reactive. It was the fool geese.
I can't believe this.
I'm going to see if they can also get a better viewing of that.
If Echo tries to compliment the frames and it immediately breaks, that'd be so funny.
I'm just going to make sure that whenever I'm
I'm going to laugh if Echo tries to compliment it and it's just like, nope!
Please bring back the frames.
Please, please, please.
Don't say
We heard your request.
right.
Denied.
Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another.
I beg you don't embarrass me,
Me,
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Please, please, please.
I want to do a cover of that song so
I
badly.
do
I
too.
just love the freaking like motherfucker.
Yeah, it's such a gentle way to say it, but it has so much impact. It's so good.
It does like the don't embarrass me, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
It has the same energy as like the freaking like covering your mouth with your hand and being like, I will hurt you.
I'm just sitting here nodding because I don't know the song.
Sabrina
You don't know that
Carpenter.
song? It's Sabrina Carpenter.
It plays on the radio all the time.
I listen to the radio? Think I go out on drives?
You're so boring, dude. Your Hear Me Out was your from Spy Family. How are you this vanilla?
I
So,
saw
first
that
off-
Steve and was like, Steve, honey.
First off, I was saying, hear me out. They do a cosplay collab of that.
It's a
Okay,
mess.
usually when you say hear me out, it is like unhinged shit.
Yeah.
Like me posting a monster from Monster Hunter and going, so hear me out. That is usually what a hear me out is.
What was that? The aquatic monster from Rise? Mizutsune? Yeah.
Hear Me Out.
That's a
Yeah.
hear me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Long, long man.
long man.
Steve,
All right, so
love you.
I got one that I'm conflicted of because I hate spiders, but
Okay. I'm listening.
Sidebar.
Oh, absolutely.
I hate spiders.
Absolutely. I don't like spiders either. I would let her wreck me.
I still don't think that's a hear me out though, because she does have a human bosom.
But I could see it as a hear me out because of the spiders. Like
Yeah.
the bottom half is very spider.
Yeah, that I understand. But like the rest of it is just
it's a hear me out, yeah.
Yeah.
I consider it a hear me out.
If I close my eyes.
I was going to say, if I only look at her face, then I also realize, oh wait, there are 8 eyes.
Yeah. She also has like the monster hands as well.
Does she?
Strangely enough, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, she has like monsterish hands, so I'm fine with that. I'm just saying, like, I could see it as a hear me out. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I was watching Kane play the water park simulator earlier.
Uh-huh.
And there was so you can visit the water park, and I visited the water park, and there was a point where I'm like buying a hot dog in the game, and he's like, Celine, do you like ketchup on your hot dog? Just like the most innocent question, but in the background you see someone like slipping and eating shit. And I'm just like, I do actually.
That's a lawsuit.
Perfect, because there's some ketchup on the ground. I'm just going to grab that real quick.
Literally, like, there was one point, like, as soon as I opened the stream, somebody, like, fucking slipped into him, and they both fell over.
Oh, no.
And it's like he just screaming, like, the viewer's name, like, wait!
Oh, no.
God, I love Kane. He's such a good dude. I'm like, I was laughing so hard, dude.
Oh my god, Celine, have you seen the first episode of Kamen Rider Get?
Not yet.
Zets,
Not yet. It looks really good. It looks really good.
I watched it. It was actually really, really good. Like I had like low expectations because I wasn't like too impressed with the previous seasons. But like this first
that's
episode
the
was
biggest
so
issue.
good.
Yeah, like that's the biggest issue with like Kamen Rider is you're either gonna tell it's good from the first 5 episodes, or it's a wash. Like you just move on to another season.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It's the same thing with like Sentai stuff now. Like some of the seasons are really, really good, and you're like, oh, I'm so engrossed, I'm so in love with these characters. And then other ones you're like, ah, well, it's fucking gone.
Selena's gone. Yeah, I had to remove the Fugi because she was saying
That's what was
that
causing
might
the
have been
frames.
yeah, that might have been what's causing the frame drops.
Refresh to resolve.
He's still here in spirit.
Well, what about me, motherfucker?
I am important.
You know what? Understandable.
I love you,
Understandable.
Steve.
got-
I love you.
You
I
got
love
the
you. I
check
meant that as a
mark.
joke.
It's fair.
I was joking.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. But damn, you actually said it out loud.
That's the guy in the trash can.
Yeah, I was gonna say your Fugi's literally you in the
Literally
trash.
in the trash can.
Yeah. And I know where I belong.
Yeah. Okay. Have you guys seen the TikTok of Marcus the Worm?
Whom's
No.
Oh my god, I've got to share Marcus with you. Marcus is like this he's like a VR chat user, and he uses text to speak, but he uses like a worm model, and there's so many lines. Like there's one where he's like laying on the ground, he's like, dude, this rock, it's pissing me off. It's like the most unhinged shit
Oh my
out
god.
of left field. Like he
You have
just
to
walks up
understand.
and he's like, Robert, I accidentally removed New Zealand.
How do you
Robert's like-
remove an
Literally,
entire country?
Robert's like, what? How did that happen? He's like, how are you today? And he's like, no, we can't go back
No,
from
no,
the
no.
New Zealand thing. No.
Hold on a
There was
second.
one where he's like,
Pause.
like this dress
been kinda
is
dry
pissing
this
me
month,
off,
hasn't it?
Robert. And Robert's like, I'm sorry. What do you want me to do about the dressers? He's like, fix it. And Robert's like, I don't know how. He's like, I'm going to remove South Carolina.
Oh no. Why does he want to remove states?
And countries.
And countries,
Marcus.
yeah.
I just like this rock is pissing me off.
Rock is pissing me off.
I don't like it. Robert.
Based on what?
Wait, I gotta find it. I know I liked
On my
recently.
source. I made it the fuck
I
up.
go meow. I go meow.
There we go.
Where is?
So,
Selena
KV, there's another hear me out. If it was a guy.
Hold on.
That's not a guy?
I would say it has more masculine tendencies.
Oh. Gotcha. I was like, where's that from? Majora's Mask.
Mm-hmm.
My other favorite trend is people doing the like the spelling out LOVE and the animals like fucking biting them as they're doing it.
You look
You look at me.
Oh.
God, where's Robert? Where's Robert?
I don't know where my brother is.
He's very, very extraordinary. Even more than anyone that you adore can love.
And love.
There, we got Selena and Stibben.
It's me.
Are
Hi.
you sure about that? Bruh. Why'd you put me back in the can?
Because that's the only reference image I have of you currently.
Would you like me to send you one?
No.
There was a TikTok
I think
I
it's
saw.
funnier this way.
It looks good. There's a TikTok I saw where it was like getting older is wild. One wrong pillow angle and you're applying for disability.
Yes. Actually,
Dude.
though.
So, last week,
Steven.
that happened to me.
Does this make you feel better? You're a cupcake now.
This is
You're a cupcake.
acceptable.
Oh, the frames dropped.
Okay, so maybe it's me. Maybe
Hmm?
I'm the problem.
Maybe I'm the drama.
I'm always the problem.
No. You're not the
Try
problem.
hiding me behind just like a box.
Oh, here, I'll put it in the side chat. Please enjoy.
There.
Marcus.
Oh.
Marcus the worm doesn't like rocks. This looks like a smiling friend's bit.
Oh, sorry. Robert.
No, he's just literally cursed creature.
Oh, okay. I'll
He
just
is, like,
stand
literally
over
me.
so you can't see it anymore. There. Is that
I
better?
don't know where to go.
I don't know where to go. Isn't that what we all ask ourselves every day? Where should we go next? Hey, whoa,
Robert.
get out of the fire! Get out of the fire!
Pissing
Get out
me
of the
off.
fire! Get out of the fire!
Help.
Okay, I'm pulling you out.
Robert, help.
Holy shit. Marcus, what would you do if I wasn't here?
Oh no,
You
the frames are
saved my
dropping
life
again.
again,
For Katie.
Robert. I did. I'd do it again. Are you okay?
I told you it wasn't the foodie.
Marcus, I don't need everything, all right? I just need you to be okay, buddy.
I don't
How about some pistachios?
Hey,
Well,
let's go get
this
some
game.
fucking pistachios, buddy. Come on.
Why is there just a
cart? Why is there a cart?
Good boy. He's like laying on the floor with his tongue sticking out. Just staring at me, and I'm like, hey buddy, how you doing?
Looks at the next one. Don't tell my mom I fucked a fish. That's just how it starts. It's cold open.
Yep. Robert. He also has an invisible Toyota Camry. You need to understand.
Oh.
Yeah, Robert.
I mean, who doesn't?
Marcus the Worm is a creature, and I fucking love him.
I went to ask if I also get a silly doodle and the frames dropped. I think it's me. I'm the issue. Looks in the mirror. Why are you like this? Crashes out.
Crashes out.
No, I'm go. Oh, done.
All around me are familiar faces.
Around me are
Worn
familiar
out
faces.
Eggman. Worn out Eggman.
Is that what a house looks like?
Dude, what?
Is it? Doesn't Silver sound more like a whiny bitch though?
Robert.
I was doing Blaze,
Help.
but okay. Robert.
Oh, you're right.
Oh my god. The bass is amazing. Worn out blazes.
And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad.
Not gonna continue that.
Dude, people have been doing the ooh ee ah to like the soda
Ooh,
pop
ee,
to
ah,
like soda pop and other songs now, and I'm like, oh no, the brain rot.
Ooh ee ah.
It's a ooh ee ah ee ooh ee ah ee ooh ee ah ooh ah ooh.
Oh,
Like, oh
no.
no, the brain rot, not again.
Now do ooh ee ah to Scatman.
No.
No. You think I can brain that enough? Dude, I struggle to rub my brain cells together for one thought.
You know that scene from SpongeBob where SpongeBob starts crying on the ground and like starts absorbing his tears?
That's me.
I just did that with Echo.
Oh no! Why are you,
I
like,
just now see you put me behind a box.
Yeah, you asked me to put you in a box, and I did.
Oh,
You know what?
Echo.
This is exactly what was asked. Thank you.
Your frames are so bored.
I don't know why. At this point, I'm just gonna make a fucking side account and just stream there. Holy shit.
Oh my god, dude. What is happening?
Twitch just fucking hates me for some reason. Why am I using G
Ow.
pen? I was on the cream pencil.
I didn't even do it.
Hey, wasn't my fault.
I'll tell you what.
I tell you what.
Hey, fuck this shit. What the frick? Dude, I have like a new body wash and it makes me smell like chocolate.
Gimme.
Chocolate wash?
The Lush chocolate
Chocolate?
one.
Chocolate.
It smells so good. Oh my god.
Yes, with or without peanuts.
With or without
No peanut.
nuts. She's fucking dead, chat.
Oh my god.
Finally! I've been chasing you all day. I want to buy you chocolate.
What about you doing?
Thank you for your patronage.
Ugh, I gotta get more body wash soon though, because that I had to get like a small one because they didn't have like the larger one.
Uh-huh.
The Papa
They're
Barrel
so
is not
expensive, though.
available.
They're not cheap. Lush products, like, I have to be very careful with like skincare stuff because it's very hard sometimes to find ones that don't use like avocado oil and shit because they don't
Yeah.
always like mark if they use it or not. And I'm always like anxious about it.
Just
for
take a
good
little
reason.
dab, put it on your the back of your hand. If you start breaking out in hives, throw it across the street.
Yeet.
Out the window.
There is I see there's a new bath wash one that they have that's called Incantation.
Who say? Your
Gloop.
mom, yay.
Your mom's a bitch.
Whoever threw that paper, your mom's a hoe.
Whoa. What was that? I said.
You heard me.
I love that man stood on business. He's like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't fucking care.
He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. Your mom's a
He's
hoe.
like, I don't give a shit about your feelings. Ooh, ee, ah, ooh. Champura.
I just almost spilled my water.
Uh-oh.
That would have been bad.
It done fucked up?
I done didn't do that.
I done fuckity wuckity.
No!
Yes!
You fucked your last wuckity.
You've yeed your last, huh?
No! Arthur Morgan, please.
KV,
Yes.
what does this name mean?
What does what mean?
Apparently there's a new collection at Lush that's all like Spanish inspired things.
Spanish. Champurrado. Oh, it's Dia de los Muertos. Day of the Dead.
Ah, okay. I thought so. Okay. It sounds like
You know-
it smells really good. It's the ingredients are cinnamon, clove, cocoa, and benzoin.
Ooh, that does sound good. I might eat it.
It sounds like
though.
it's fucking delicious.
Yeah, sounds like I
Oh.
might eat it.
I took a closer look at the image.
Mhm.
Shower gel. Or do it? Could you please repeat the the Day of the Dead?
Dia de los Muertos.
Listen, thank you. Brings comfort and warmth to your showers with indulgent molten coca aromas and boasts of
Coca?
spicy cinnamon. Coca? Yes.
Cocoa.
C-O-A.
COA? That's Coa.
C-O-C-O-A.
Yeah, Coco.
Coa.
The A is silent.
Cocoa.
Coco.
Huh?
Cocoa.
Yeah,
Yeah, the A silent.
have you been pronouncing it Cocoa this whole time?
Yeah, it's cocoa butter. Yeah,
Yeah.
the A is silent at the end.
That's why I've never been able to find any.
Really?
What the fuck is this cocoa butter?
Excuse
No,
me, can I
want
get some
cocoa
powdered
butter.
cocoa? What the what?
Listen. Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening. Better or worse.
Shut up.
Can I have a mocha with some cocoa powder, please? What the fuck? Please.
Maybe this is why. Maybe this is why for the past like 28 years of my life I've been using water with my hot chocolate, my hot cocoa.
I still remember
Cocoa.
that fucking text message, cursed ass motherfucking shit.
Listen, and listen well.
I don't want to listen.
I don't want to listen anymore.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Oh, you're gonna listen.
No.
This is how I was raised. We never knew better, and now I know better because I can just make it easier.
Remember when I said you were vanilla? 'Cause you're definitely
guess
not
what?
cocoa.
I also have this bath
You mean
bomb.
cocoa?
Look how cute
Cocoa,
that
yeah.
is. That one has scents of orange, lime, cinnamon, and cocoa.
Hey, Stibby, how do you pronounce that?
So the word before bubble room?
Yeah.
Is that what you want me to try to
Yeah.
pronounce? Concha?
Concha. Close enough.
Concha. Yeah, it's concha, right?
It looks like a concha too.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
That's
It's cute,
so
right?
cute. Yeah.
I like this Lush collection.
Yeah.
He's cute. I'm good. Dying softly, but I'm good.
Literally.
Remove the demons from KV's PC.
Dude, there's like one freaking like TikTok where someone's like like their chihuahua runs up to them and they just like hold it by its neck very gently, but then they shake it. It's like ah. I think about that one a lot. The same one as the guy's like demons removed from my dog, and he like holds his face and shakes it. It's like like yes, these are the things that live rent free in my goddamn head every day of the week, dude.
My favorite like dog video out of every one that I've seen so far is that one where like the dog is like given a piece of ham and it just goes nom, nom, nom.
Yeah.
like
Oh,
audibly.
Katie. Maybe you would like this one. This is a lip balm.
Hold on.
It sounds good.
It sounds really good. You can't keep showing these to me because I will eat them.
It's good. At least this one goes on your lips, so you could eat it technically. Why is Katie eating her?
Don't
Baby,
you
why are you biting your lips
delete
consistently?
maple syrup?
Oh no, the Canadians are coming.
That does sound tasty.
3.3.
Anybody who gives me a smooch, I'm gonna taste like caramel.
That's such a small.
I'm just going to.
Ow! I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
No.
We shall watch over your chat. Hi, chat.
Hold on.
Hi.
I'll share this with you guys since you guys are the only ones that can see it. It won't make sense, but you'll get it.
Also didn't have
It's
a
a
clear
FNAF
vision
fan
for this
game.
mechanic, which isn't great because it's referred to as one of the main mechanics
Enko, we need you.
in the extras menu. There's also one more mechanic in the
think
form of a
Emco's
camera
afraid of
connection
crashing
status,
the
which will
stream
slowly
again.
deplete.
Yup.
I'm guessing this mechanic works almost the exact same as something
but
like the
hear me
air gun
out.
controls in the first build.
Emco's
Overall,
hype for
a weird direction for the
fixation has
series, but
been
if there's
the
one thing
FNAF.
Mechless learned from this build, it's that he wanted Project Readjusted 2 to be dark. For sure visually, but somewhat thematically. Content 3 is a smaller build, but easily the most interesting so far. This version of Project Readjusted 2 would have taken place in a warehouse of sorts and would feature a threat that really isn't an
FNAF VR
animatronic.
game.
The player would be sanctioned in the back of the warehouse,
thanks,
monitoring
I'm
the outside of the building for possible intruders. If one is spotted, the player
don't
is
want
instructed to
that.
call 911 to have them dealt with. I don't know who or what could be outside trying to get into a warehouse, but someone clearly important
They
to the
can keep
story.
that.
This concept is interesting by
Listen, it
itself,
doesn't
and
help
it's even
that I'm
more interesting to
deaf.
see how in retrospect
Some
this
of the
would
time-
have
No,
been
that's
sort
my
of retconned
problem.
in
I
Project
can't hear
Readjusted 3.
shit.
But I'll
Yeah,
talk about that a little
so
bit
I had
more
to
in
turn up
this.
real loud.
Something else that I found out a little later is that the only actual threat in this version of
And
PR2
then when
would
the
have been
fucking
Cable
thing
Buster,
screams at me,
who finally makes his
it's
first
extra loud.
appearance. There would actually be multiple busters that you could lure around. Not jumping to any conclusions or assumptions,
thanks, I'm
but
good.
it would have been really cool
Like,
if
but-
you could sick
but
Buster on
sleep,
one
no,
of the
I'm good.
intruders if the phone line went dead or something. The fourth variant of
Sleep,
Project
hear me out,
Readjusted
though.
2 is surprisingly more
You get
complete than the
$1,000
last
for
three,
for
which is
finishing the
interesting
game.
because according to the extras menu in the final
If you're
PR2,
paying me, I'll
it's
finish
regarded
it.
as the first build, being traced back to as early as
I
2017.
ain't playing. I ain't
Only
doing
the
it
menu and
otherwise.
some of the basic
That's the
office
same way
functions
I've
were
told people
finished,
before. Like I'll
but
play
even
stuff
so,
again
there's
if you
still a
pay
lot to
me.
cover, especially on this menu.
I mean, damn.
I love how Buster looks at whatever
I'm
button
tired
the
of.
player has their
I'm
mouse
terrified
over.
of Subnautica.
While the
I
menu
don't like
is
deep
mostly
ocean
finished,
shit.
the only button that actually works is the button to start a new game.
Why is
Immediately
everyone
after
not
loading into the
hanging
office, it's obvious that
I
even
hang around
super
with
early
don't
into
like the deep
development,
ocean.
Mechless wanted the game
The
to be as
ocean's
dim as
cool.
possible. And I don't think
It's
anything
very cool.
demonstrates
However,
that
I have a
better
very
than its
healthy
office.
respect
It's
of the ocean,
so dark,
and I
you
ain't
feel the
fucking
impact
with
right
it.
away. This version of Project Readjusted 2 takes place in an abandoned daycare. Wait, where have I seen this one before?
I don't
Jokes
fuck with that
aside,
shit.
this environment is incredible, even if
That's
it
the
is a little
shark's
hard to
home.
believe that this is actually an
I'm fine
abandoned
with sharks.
daycare
I
and
love
not just
sharks.
some underground
However,
research
we have
facility.
also
And
explored
to think that this
more
is
of
modeled and
space than we
constructed in
have the ocean.
2017, a time where very few games could replicate an environment that
Yeah,
detailed
the
is
pressure's a bit
unbelievable.
much.
I mean, you
Yeah.
have everything from the wires to the
What type
ambient
of fucking
lighting,
shit
and to
lives
think that
down
this
there?
never saw the light of day is a little odd. I think this would have been extremely
devils.
possible
Some of the
given the time
fish.
period. Even
Yeah,
compared to the
they're
Office and
cool.
final version
I
of
don't want to go
PR2,
see them up
it
close. They
feels like
can
a
keep there.
considerable upgrade in ambience. That's of course not to say
is
that
it
the
healthy?
version we have is bad,
Here?
but it surely feels
the ocean.
underwhelming compared
I
to this.
respect
I would
it.
love.
While we're in the office, we can look
Again, I
left
would
to
love
what
to
is
be able to
presumably
go
a hallway,
super deep
and
down
how one could ever argue
and
that this
see
is
how
one
they
point of
live.
daycare is beyond me. I mean,
Why?
this is more resemblant to Outlast.
Because I
You
want to
can
see
also turn to
that
the right
shit.
wall in the office, and by clicking
Think
you
of
can
it, it's
enter a
just
safe
aliens.
room.
Ariel was
But
trying to
they're
get
Concept
out
is
of that
underwater.
shit.
I've
You
only seen
think
it
you
done
want to
ever
go in
Final
that
Fantasy
shit?
Warriors 2. Nothing can
Yeah,
be
I want
done
to go
the
in that
room,
shit.
so I would assume the mechanic that's tied to it would have been something to
Hi.
do with waiting out a character. Going back to the main area, there's two panels.
Emco, I choose
One
you.
that hasn't been coded,
Use
which
that
are
No, the
FNAF
fuck you don't.
the
explanation.
camera system.
For now,
The other
wait,
panel
wait,
is surprisingly functional. It's called the
Oh.
config mainframe, and it's used to control all the
I
moving
have
Damn
been
it,
parts.
Emco's
drinking
confused.
The
enough
main component is the
that
temperature
when
manager,
I saw
where you can change the building's
Heavy's
temperature to pretty
drawing,
much
I
anything.
thought
There's a
it
warning
was
below it that
Fuwawa
says if the
and it's
temperature is
me,
below
okay?
65 degrees or above 85 degrees, an emergency alarm will trigger. I'm assuming that there would have been a
Oh, wait,
character
so
that
wait.
would require the temperature to be either extremely
Is
high
she
or
dying?
low, and the only way to get rid rid of them would have to trigger an
Echo,
alarm,
are you dying?
potentially triggering someone else. It's for sure a unique idea, even if I don't have the best idea of how it would be implemented. At the bottom is
Alright,
a
let
space
Katie
to
know.
purchase upgrades to your equipment, such as better Wi-Fi and a faster cooldown. All of
You
the
just asked
upgrades
if you were
cost
dying.
money, so I'm assuming that there would have
I
been a
didn't hear
currency
her.
system similar to the final version.
Sidebar.
I can't
Overall,
do
the fourth file is super interesting to see. I don't think that a game like Project Readjusted would have gone in a direction like this, especially
water.
considering how the first game ended. The fifth
Please
file
get
is
water.
another surprisingly competent
No!
early build.
KV also
This
responded
time,
with, "Oh
red
my
is the
God."
primary color used,
I'm gonna have
and
more
it's paired
sippies.
nicely with a new character on the menu. I'm unsure
going
as
to
to
have
who this
sippies.
is,
Fucking
but
share.
from what I can gather, it seems to be another early
Vodka
version of Cable
cranberry.
Buster, or this new character called Scrap
always
Steel,
love a
which
vodka
seems to be
cranberry.
Project Readjusted's Springtrap
share.
equivalent before Infested Glancer. From the extras menu in PR2, it's revealed that even though this version of the game was
what's gonna
short-lived,
be kinda
there
sad?
was a working AI.
Huh.
Exactly who it was is
I'm giving up
unknown,
drinking
because from
until,
my playthrough and
we
looking
meet
at
up at
others
TwitchCon.
online, no one can get it to activate. However, we
If
do
you-
know how two of the
we-
characters would work.
Then you're gonna be
Buster would
waiting a
wander
long
around
while.
like normal and eventually end up at the door on the right side of the office. We then have to pull a lever that activates this decoy, which is essentially an animatronic on a stick that's used
Okay,
as
so
a
I'm
door.
going to be waiting
Magic
until
Suit would also
I'm-
be a part of this build, and it would behave similar to Buster, except we'd have to use a jammer to stop them when we see them in the cameras. The
Like,
jammer
maybe-
itself
maybe I
is
could
hooked up
go.
to this panel
Maybe
on
I
the
could
far right of the
go.
office.
I
It
don't know
allows
if
us
I'm
to
going
jam
next.
any camera that we input, which would seemingly deal with Magic Suit as well as potentially freeze anyone else that was in the
Why'd
same
you
room. At the bottom, there's a section to enter a
Okay,
staff
stream.
exit key.
Is that what you
I'm
asked me
assuming
about
this
for
would have been
now?
the objective of each
Yes,
night,
that's 100%
having
the
to either
reason why I
complete a
asked that.
certain task and only being allowed to
I
clock
don't
out
know.
once
I'm
it's been
sorry.
completed and we obtain the staff key.
questions?
I actually like this idea a lot. As you'll come to see when we talk
happening?
about PR3 and its task-based system,
fan games.
the night ends almost
I think
immediately
they're
after
doing,
you
like,
finish the
speedrun
task.
reviews
But
now?
adding a whole
Some
other thing to
silly
do on
things?
top of that would have created some pretty
There's
intense
so many.
situations.
You
The
would
final
have to be
build is the
super
most akin
specific.
to the original Project Readjusted. We are back at another Buster's location, one that I would assume is very close in
talks
design
about
and
Dave and
structure.
Buster's, I
The
think.
office is a bit bigger than the original, but it feels more run down and thrown together, almost as if
Maybe
it
it's
was an
Buster's
abandoned
babies.
room that was quickly constructed to
fucking
make
got
an
me.
office, similar to the original. The parallels between the two are very noticeable here,
Listen, I ain't
much
no
more than
science-
ever,
Wait.
which I really have come to appreciate. Over on the left side, there's a camera panel that shows a general layout of the building. It's definitely
Question is,
bigger than
you graduate
before.
with a
The
BS.
shape
Are you a
reminded me of a
scientist?
large circuit with branching paths every so often. From the extras
Bachelor's
menu
in
description,
Science?
it's revealed that the
Or
gameplay in this
BA,
version was
which
slower
is a
paced,
Bachelor in
which was the main
Arts?
reason for its eventual cancellation. We also get a small glimpse of some of the mechanics. A pulse level,
I think
a
it
light
depends
projection
on
setting, security
what
light fixtures that could be
Bachelor's of
activated,
Science
and
you
finally a
get.
denoise function. The latter to all of those being the
Computer
only one
science.
coded into the build. It works
No,
almost identical to the
I'm
light
just a
switch in
nerd.
Flunkies 2, where once pressed,
fuck
the
you
lights
too,
go
then.
out, but so does all of your systems.
Did I
It's
say
revealed in the
something wrong?
synopsis that this would give some time
Did
for
I
a character
lie?
to leave. What is never mentioned anywhere
No,
is
and that's
who would
the
actually
worst
have starred in
part.
this version. My guess is a new version of the Project Readjusted cast, alongside
couldn't
some old
lie
other
for me.
characters,
You
building
couldn't
off
say
this
I'm a
FNAF
cool
2 feel.
scientist?
That's
No,
really it for
just
this
a
build,
nerd.
and the box as a
What-
whole for that matter.
what is
This was
your
by far my
exact
favorite addition onto a Project Readjusted game.
specification?
I don't think I needed to cover this, but I'm glad I did, because seeing where
I
the
have to-
series was headed
give me a
at
second,
certain
I'm gonna
points
look
in
at the paper on
time
the
was
wall.
really cool. And besides, a lot of these characters return in an old build of Project Readjusted 3. Speaking of, in late August of 2020, Five Nights at Freddy's creator Scott Cawthon would take to Reddit to announce what he called the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative, a program that he was starting to directly fund and license fan games as official FNAF products. This was a huge deal for the community. Along with this announcement, Scott Cawthon would confirm 5 new games to be developed by some of the community's largest figures.
Okay, so bad
Mechless
news.
heard about the
Homework
news
actually
and
does not
decided to
say.
announce a new project of his own, Project
My
Readjusted
specific,
3. Being a year and a
major,
half since
so
the release
for
of Project
all-
Readjusted 2, Mechless
for
had
all anyone
allegedly
knows,
hated
it's
the
just
development process,
a
lamenting
BS
how it
and
was the
cheese
bane of his
grating.
existence. Which is fair enough, honestly.
I was
If I were to
gonna
make
say,
14
'cause,
variants of what was narratively the same game, I would go insane too.
in
But now with this new
coding,
motivation
sometimes
and
the
painful learning
specification is, like,
experience
some
behind
type
him,
of
he was ready
engineer.
to start anew. The version of Project Readjusted 3 that Mechless would begin work on was much different from the final version. The only reason I'm going to go into this much detail about another scrap version is because this was closer to completion than any of the scrap PR2 builds. When Mechless started work on PR3 sometime around August 2020, this version of the game was not only thematically
made me
different, but
use my
most
brain
likely was a
too heavily
complete
on things
departure from the
from
story that
Hard.
he had built up. While this can't be confirmed at the
Is it
moment,
not
from what was
so?
shown, it's
Oh.
hard to connect the former games to this.
I mean-
The elevator version of Project Readjusted 3, at least from what we can see from the promotional material online
If my
and the
brain is
working
hard,
file
I
that we'd
think I
later
need to
get,
go
was supposed to take large inspiration
to a
from
doctor.
UCN. While that most likely wasn't the full intention,
Yes.
because a full main
Yeah.
campaign
No,
was
Richard's not
planned.
snow valleys
It's
or
what we see from the latest build, so it's presumably what the game became after a while. The elevator version features almost every single character from every version of Project Readjusted. This not only includes almost
your
every
brain
character
is
from the Scrap PR2
smushy.
builds, but also a ton
very
of new
smushy.
characters. The two main characters that I want to direct your attention to are Subject
Just a
and Subject
smushy
and
little
Buster. We're supposed to
gel,
carry
like,
this
jelly
game's
thing
story,
inside
but
the
since this
skull.
version's cancellation, they fell out of relevancy.
jelly meat.
There's also a couple of characters from other games Mechless was working on. most notably Honey Bear from
Why
Honey Bear's
damage
Fantasy
your
and the
dad?
Baby
Because
Guys
your
from
brain go
Baby's Nightmare
ping-ponging
Circus.
inside
I'm
your
really
skull.
not sure how they would have fit into the game story, but I'm sure they were
You're
probably
not supposed to
custom
do that.
From the build we got, the game would have been very customizable.
Kiwi's
The main
answer.
objective is never
Green,
shown,
sloshy,
but the
and
main
squishy like
premise is that
jelly.
we're sanctioned in an elevator.
Yes.
Presumably, it would go further down in the building during the
does have
night and
some weight
introduce
to
new
it, though.
characters, but that's all up to speculation.
Your brain be
Oh, I know, it's
Depending on
like-
who you added into the night,
Couple
they'd make your way
pounds.
towards you through a
Mhm.
map that you would create yourself, choosing where the different
Yeah.
rooms
Imagine a
are,
water
which
balloon.
hallways connect, and where each character
No.
starts. The idea
No.
itself
But it's
is extremely
heavy water.
promising, and from what I've played, that's very
I
apparent.
don't want to
Each character has their own stats and specs that make
That's
them all
too
different.
squishy.
To accompany this is a
No,
difficulty
too much
meter on the
squish.
side of the main screen, allowing you to control how difficult you want the
brain
night to
is
be.
just like
Everything in this
Fine,
build
big,
showcases
thick, and
how
heavy
well
water
something similar to
balloon.
this would have been.
No,
I mean,
just
That's
there's
not
a
to say
reason
that
why
this in
babies, you
itself
have
is
to support
perfect.
their head
Far
'cause
from
they
it.
don't have the
As development
muscles
on the
to hold it
elevator
up, and
version
their head is
continued,
too fucking
Mechless would
heavy.
begin to experience a reoccurring
Neck ain't
problem. He would
developed.
get too many ideas,
Neck ain't
and when trying to
developed
implement
enough.
them, he'd experience some
skull in
issue with
3 parts.
functionality. This would cause Mechless
Babies
to
also have
completely
more
scrap the
bones
elevator
than we
version of
do.
Project Readjusted
As
3 in
adults,
favor
True.
of the glow
both fused
stickers,
together.
which he'd actually started before committing to the elevator version.
The bones
It's
to
a
the
shame to
fusion
see all
cans.
this hard work being scrapped,
bro.
especially since a good portion of renders were complete. I wonder if someone will take what Mechless started and finish it, considering that almost all of the materials are available, but who
Fusion
knows.
bones.
Regardless, this is probably one of my favorite pieces of Project Readjusted history.
Whoa.
Before we move on, there
I
was
understand.
one more project that Mechless was working on behind the
Ugh.
scenes before finishing Project Readjusted 3. Growing tired of massive fan games that take too long and are too ambitious, Mechless set his sights on something much smaller in scope, but could still hook his audience. The
Cranberry
Project
vodka?
Readjusted remake is a remake of a remake,
Joke's
and a
on you, I
complete
hand you
overhaul at
vodka,
that
the
too.
horse.
While we don't have nearly as much information on this game as we do some
You're
of the
now
other
stuck
scrap
in
projects
career
from this
mode in
time,
Uma.
we have a post, multiple screenshots,
Did
and
a
a
glue
couple of
factory with
videos.
them.
The remake was probably
No,
started because,
not vodka.
well, Project Readjusted kind of sucks.
Especially
Like, no
vodka.
offense, and I still stand by
No!
So
everything
many-
I said in that
she's
portion of
ruined
the
so many
video,
of my other
but
runs.
compared to Project
My
Readjusted
perfect
3,
girl is smart
it's not very
crafting.
good.
She's
This
never
remake would have
disappointed
also
me.
allowed for the story to be refined to fit with the new entry. So, with a couple of reasons for this to exist, let's take a look at what would have been changed. Let's take a look at what
Been a
would have been
hot minute
changed.
since I last
First and
opened up
foremost, the
Uma
game is
this way.
much more appealing visually. It doesn't hurt to look at anymore, which is always nice. The building also looks to have been overhauled, not looking stale and unlived in, but rather a pretty convincing rendition of a restaurant
Hey,
with
I
the
got
same
asked
style from
by
that time frame. From
not
the
just my
video we
brother,
get of
but
the
my
office
cousin.
gameplay,
Hey,
the building
you
layout
wanna
was
check out
also
that Demon
massively
Slayer
cut down.
movie?
This is a change I'm all for, since the original
No.
Project Readjusted had way too many rooms and didn't use very many of them. But now with only 5 rooms, not including the office, there's practically a use for each of them. It's not like the reduction in cameras is at all a compromise either. Like I touched on earlier,
It's
it
fine,
feels
I'm
more
used to things
realistic
not
that
being
way.
near me.
I mean, think about it. In a real restaurant
live out
akin to those of
Shoney's.
Chuck E. Cheese's,
I show up to
there's one
Celine's
large
dressed
open
as
area with a
Nezuko.
couple of extra rooms surrounding
Huh?
those
I
for
will
storage,
reenact it
kitchen,
for you, don't
repairs,
worry.
whatever. This new layout resembles
I mean,
that
like, I know
greatly.
what
Let's
happens
talk about
'cause
characters
I
for a
read the
quick
manga.
moment.
I
There's
just
still
wanted
only
to hear
6
my
characters,
homies that are
but
voice
without
acting
Vinner.
in it.
Thank God.
on the big screen.
Clancy has been separated to become new versions
Allow me
of both
to wear my
Glancer
Nezuko
and
cosplay
Glossy.
and perform
This is
for
an
you.
extremely welcome change. I personally
I am a good
despised
wife,
Vinner
I
from the start.
promise.
He almost has like no lore relevance
Good
and was
wife.
just too different from the other characters to make any logical sense. Like, why
Wait,
was he
so
there?
this
Vineyard has
FNAF game, this
absolutely
was one
zero
where you
reason
get
to
like,
exist
build
except for the
whatever
fact that he has a chip,
AI
which makes me wonder
or
who would have
character
gotten
you
it
want?
instead.
Kind of
My
thing.
bet is on Redeemer, but I wouldn't be too
Oh,
surprised if it also went to Ned,
interesting.
since his new model is a million times better and I would love for him to have more importance. Sadly, just like most projects so far, Mechless's expectations
frames
far
were
exceeded what
rough,
he was
bro.
willing to put in, and
Mhm.
promptly
It's
canceled
'cause
the
I'm
game.
here.
However, there have been talks of other
No,
developers
it's
reviving the
because you have
remake,
sips.
so
not
maybe
sharing it
sometime
with me.
soon this version will see the light of day.
I keep offering.
I keep trying to take, but then you give me vodka horse instead.
Since my original video in April
that scene
2022,
from
a lot has
The
changed.
Good Place.
A major content update has been released, including
you
a
have
new max
Eleanor
mode, a new
Shellstrop's
ending,
file and
a
not a
literal
cactus.
online
Yes.
multiplayer game, and many more
Hands of a
improvements.
cactus.
For my playthrough, I played through the most recent
sure?
patch, version
It's the file.
3.5.7.
Yes.
Although I don't think this game will
I am
receive any more
holding
content
Eleanor
past this
Shellstrop's
patch.
file.
That's
and not
also
a
what I
cactus.
felt 2 years ago, and yet here we are. I wanted to re-review the game a
Cactus.
few months after my first first
go.
video in August, to coincide with the release of 3.0. I eventually scrapped that idea since it felt like I was regurgitating the same points I made in my original video. Now, with the background knowledge of the previous
I
3
feel like
games,
that's
the scrapped
just like
remake and main series entries,
people I work
I
with
think
all
I'm ready
day.
to take the full walk into
Okay,
Project
so I want to
Readjusted
make
3.
sure.
However,
You're
we need to
signing
do
with
this a
your
little
username,
differently.
correct?
Project Readjusted 3 was more or less the
Same one
series'
you used
curtain
to get
call.
onto all
This
the other
game has
sites.
3 versions,
Yes.
each fundamentally
yes, I am
similar but
using
with
my
minor
student ID
changes.
and not
You
my
have version
username.
1, which was more or
What?
less the bare bones
Are you
version of
entering in?
PR3, all the essential components and story, but lacking
So
much
it's Super
polish.
Princess
Then
Kid?
a year
No,
later, you have version
no,
2,
no,
the version I
no,
played when I
no.
made my video. And then finally, you
You're
have
wrong.
version 3, which was released last August and serves as a way to conclude the series
confused
as we
what's
know
happening.
it, removing any potential teaser material that
My
would have been
school
briefly
gave
used
me
for
a
future
pre-made
projects. For every
username.
game
That
in this
shit was
video,
written
I've
down
played on the newest patch
immediately.
and
Oh
briefly
yeah, my
mentioned
school
earlier
did that
patches,
too when I was in college.
such as how I described PR1's legacy build.
The amount
For
of
this
freshmen
section specifically,
that
I will
are
be
still
referring to
asking,
PR3's version 2
"Hey,
build
can you
on its
give me
latest
my
patch,
username?"
version 2.1.2. This is
You're 3
entirely
weeks
because
into
this
the
build was the
semester.
definitive version of Project
Starting
Readjusted 3
forward.
for a while, and so much of what comes next for this
It's on
series is
Monday.
directly tied to this version. I want to talk about
Ours
version
is
3 in
like
greater detail
the
later
first
on,
letter of
since
your
there are a
first
couple of
name and then your
differences.
full last
I hope that's
name,
not too
followed by
confusing.
a
Where we
number.
left off, Mekla
And
switched
mine,
back to the
I
glow stick
guess 'cause,
version of
like,
Project
not a lot of
Readjusted
people
3,
have my last
which was
name.
less
It was, like,
complex
4.
and more rooted in its origin than the elevator version.
No, I had the
Development
same
went
thing with
smoother
mine
than
because
before,
no one
and the
really
game
had
was
my
finished
full
within
name.
3 months after returning to
So
glow stick.
funny.
Not much was said between the Switch
They're
and
like,
the
"Oh,
release
your
window
name's
announcement.
unique." It's like, yeah.
While we don't know what the broader Project
Oh, you're
Readjusted
special.
fan base
You get to
was
just
thinking
keep-
or
your last
expecting,
name is just
we
yours.
know that
Congrats.
not as much hype was present when the game was released on
Which
the
is
5th
so
of
funny.
May
My last name are
2021. This was the basis of my original
in
video.
middle school,
This game was
girl had
incredible
my
and
same
no one
last
was talking
name,
about it. I
and
remember
her
dying
parents
on
wouldn't
night
pay
2 and
for
going
shit.
to YouTube to look up a tutorial
But since
when
we had
I
the same
found that
last name,
no
they kept
one had
billing
made
my
a
dad
single
for her
video on
stuff.
it.
Oh,
I played it in
God.
February, 4 months after the game was released, and still nothing.
It's like,
My dad
no,
was
So
like,
it's
that's
not
why
my
this
daughter.
game, at least in
Please
my
stop.
heart, is forever underrated.
I don't even put
Okay,
money on
enough
my
about the
daughter's
introduction. I want to talk about the
lunch
game
credit.
already.
Why would I put
Upon
money
opening
on
the
another
game,
kid's
you'll
lunch
load into
credit?
the main menu.
Right.
In
This
the
happened
background, a more
for
rundown
3
looking
years
area
in a
can be
row.
seen with a
And her
rabbit head
parents
scribbled on the wall.
were like
Its
more
third
than
eye
happy
open,
to
and the word
accidentally slip
us
the
is
bill off to
written
my
multiple
dad for the
times
few
around
times
it.
he
Almost as if the rabbit
accidentally
head
paid
is
for
a symbol
stuff,
of knowledge
and it
that
had
can
to be
only
like taken up with
obtained
her
if you're
parents
one
at
of
some
them.
point.
On the wall in the back,
Jesus.
some masks can be seen hanging. These masks
Yeah.
look exactly like the rabbit head
They
drawn on
didn't
the
care.
wall.
They, like-
You're immediately hit with this incredible score
My
composed by
dad was like,
FFsky.
"Do you want me
I
to get
mentioned
the
this in my
authorities
original
involved?"
PR3 video, but I firmly believe that the soundtrack in this game is the best fan game
Wait,
soundtrack,
I will.
and what makes the game
Wait,
as
really wanna
ambient
get
and
the
dystopian
authorities
as
involved
it
to
is.
make sure that
This
my-
entire menu screen
over
is
my kid,
incredible.
making sure that she
It perfectly
eats.
sets up the feeling of the game.
My favorite
The
thing is
game
when
opens
people
on
are
a
like,
cutscene with a
"Are you
mysterious
really, like,
voice calling us out
willing
by
to get the
name,
police involved
claiming they
because
know
of
who we
XYZ
are
thing,"
and
and
where
I just
our
sit there and I'm like,
intentions
"I have
lie.
the time."
The eerie voice tells
Are
us that
you?
they can provide us with the information that we
Like,
want.
as soon
on
as they hear
Matthew,
the threat of,
still
"I
missing,
have the
and
time,"
Andrew,
they
the
usually
protagonist,
fucking
who's
pay
still searching for
attention.
anything that could lead him to a definitive conclusion.
That's
The
just like
voice provides us
I
with an
think it was
ultimatum.
like, you would
His
take
image
food
similarly
out of my
appears on the
kid's
screen
mouth,
to
and
the
my dad
cutscenes
was
in the
like,
previous games.
"She's
but
not my
this time,
kid.
more scratches are on the side
Why
of
am
the
I
image.
paying for
While
your
this could
kid's
be a
food,
stylistic
bro? I don't
choice,
even
believe
know
it
you."
represents Andrew's desperation to finish the story, or
Now
at
that's
least to
when-
forget what
that's when your
happened
dad
and
should've
move
hit him
on.
with, like,
The
"Yeah,
images seem to
I
be
gotta make
drawings
sure mine
based
gets
on
food
Andrew's
in
memories of
hers
his
first."
experiences in between game sections. It feels
Knowing
as if
my
he's
dad, he'd
using
be
these
like, "I can't even
depictions to tie
stand my
everything
kid.
he
Why do you
knows
think I
together."
why I
Only
haven't
as he
stand yours?"
continues, He begins to lose sight of what he's really after and becomes too focused on just the important details. It's also more than possible that the scratches could be prefacing what's to come later in the game, almost like he's trying to forget what happened. I could again just be looking way too deeply into this.
Oh, the right
but
side, I was the only
honestly,
kid at my
doing
high
so
school
is
with my
my
last name.
favorite part of this franchise because it actually allows you to do this. You may have also
Emo
noticed
mode
that
is
the
done.
voice, or more so person, is
Emo.
wearing a rabbit mask to conceal their identity. The mask is similar to the drawing depicted on the menu, although right now it's unclear what purpose the mask serves. The voice's ultimatum is simple: keep 3 people he's holding captive alive for 5 days. These people are full of knowledge on Matthew and have agreed to tell us as long as we play along with his game, where whoever remains alive will be released. It's also important to mention that the voice switches from referring to himself to referring to himself as an us, implying that there's more people just like him that he's working with. Right now, these people aren't identified, but I think that the notion that there are more people involved in this admittedly sick game is beyond horrifying. The first night begins, and we seem to be in a rundown repair shop. Its age showing, as droplets of water hit the floor and echo to left. A dense fog of darkness surrounds the player, only giving light to anything within a couple of feet.
Like, I was
After
in
a couple of
VC
seconds,
for
the
my
intercom
friend's birthday
buzzes
while
and we
we're all
finally
like
hear the voice.
partying in Final
He
Fantasy.
explains the basics to survival in the game, as
Oi.
well as how to use the tools around us.
And
We're
they're,
told
like,
that the 3 captives are
trying
held
to
in separate rooms
introduce me
upstairs above us.
to like one of
They
the
will
girls,
survive
just
as
like
long
because
as we
I've
listen
never
to
met
their
her
exact
before,
instructions.
and she
The voice
doesn't even
instructs
ask
us
my
to open
name
the
or
tablet
introduce
in front
herself.
of
She
us.
just looked at my
There are
character
2
and was
sections
like,
to the
"I'm not an
tablet.
amigos,"
The
and then
security
proceeded
and
to
supply
talk like I
modules.
wasn't
The
there.
voice tells
I
us that
was
the
like,
most important thing to focus on is the
"Huh?
supply module.
What a great
Wow.
first
Patients are given
impression!"
for
That's
locked
a
in their
big
rooms
yikes.
without food and
Cat
water,
racism?
and it
What
is
the
our
fuck?
job to supply them. We can send
Dude.
supplies to the 3 patients. Each
That's
of the
okay,
3
I
white
was like, "It's
squares
fine, I
represents
don't like
a room in
rabbits."
which supplies can be sent to.
Ooh.
These squares can also be clicked on to change which room is getting
Ooh.
supplies, further indicating by the arrow in the middle room. The
Yeah.
voice reinforces that each of the
Were they a
white
rabbit or
squares is
were
also
they-
a form of life that we must
She's a
do
rabbit.
everything in our power
Yeah.
to protect. Some odd wording for sure, considering all we're doing right now is just giving them food, but I digress. The voice then finishes by explaining the rest of the supply
Wait, Inko,
module.
I don't think you've seen
Opening
me
the
in
gate
Final
will
Fantasy
send one
recently.
box of supplies
You're
to
Rogan
whichever
again.
room the arrow in the middle is pointing towards. Only one box of supplies can be sent at a
Oh, look at
time,
you, KV,
which
what the
also
fuck?
means that you can only
I didn't
help
do
one
shit.
person until they receive their
Bro,
supply.
me and
and then
Kuta
a
were
new box
watching
can be
you
sent
raid
out.
the other day.
The boxes that are sent out can either be yellow,
Looking at
indicating
KV, what the
food,
fuck, man?
or blue,
I didn't do
indicating
shit.
water.
You
There's
invited
no
me
real
to
pattern
watch
to
you.
what
What
type of
the
supplies being
fuck?
sent out. Some players
Nah,
have
I'm still
opted
gonna
to
blame
send as many
KV.
supplies to the given patient.
You know what? And
until
then you
they're
can only
entirely
blame
fed.
yourself for
This
having
strategy
Kutao
is
have
for
to
the
watch
most
you
part pretty
raid because he was
hands-off,
like,
but it requires
he's
more
doing
materials
okay.
Like
since a
making
patient
him
could get
watch.
more of one material than the other. The other strategy I've seen is meticulously
Kutao
divvying
was
out the
judging you.
supplies
I
to
hope you
whoever
know
needs
that.
them. This is
I
much
hope
more
so. I
involved,
need to
but
be
it's more
judged.
material
My healing
conservative,
was not
which is what I
great.
opted to do because I found that
He's
getting
into
more
it.
material
All-
was a much
he
more
was like
involved process
judging you and
than
judging you,
switching to
and then
the
every
next
time he would say a
material every so
judgment, he'd be like, "But I don't
Speaking
know this.
of,
Fight
at the
by
start of each
Sage."
night, we're given a set
I don't know
amount
what
of
Sage is
supply
supposed
as
to be
well as a
doing.
maximum capacity of supply we can have on hand. In the middle is a short minigame that can be played during
It
supply.
tasted like vodka.
This varies
No.
from update to
No.
update, but you're
That's
always
the
given
best
a
part.
fire
The
fuck you
over the gray
mean?
zone that is constantly
I
moving
just
around.
wanted the
If we can do
cranberry. I
this for
didn't
about
want
a
the
second,
vodka
more
burp.
supply will be added to our inventory.
Cranberry.
I think my
Oh, it
favorite
was
part
the
of this
burp.
mechanic, at least for the time
Yeah.
being, is how the
Yeah,
conveyor
those
and
are
Putting it in
minigame
the
work with
side
each
chat.
other.
It's
If the conveyor is
finished.
running and materials are being sent out, the minigame can't be played. So
new
ordering new
emote.
materials requires you to stop
This
the
one.
conveyor entirely. There's a reason why I love this mechanic so much, but I'm not
I
gonna
love
talk
it.
about in a while. There's one more part to the task-based system.
I'm
The
adding it
average
on
amount of
Twitch
food
now,
and water
too.
that each
Do
patient
it.
has is calculated into a
It's
satisfaction
so
meter.
good.
The average of
I
all
feel
three
like that
satisfaction
face
meters
is
determines
just
your grade. It will go up when
whenever
the
anyone
satisfaction
gets
goes up.
into one of their
But this is only important because
their
it's this grade-based
hyperfixations,
system
and
that
Selena has
allows you to
no
complete
idea
the
what
night.
the hell is
In the
going on.
bottom
Just
left, you'll see your current grade out of the minimum required grade to complete each night. You will always start
I
off with
love
an F,
it.
and you can work your way up to an S, which is the
here.
highest
Are you
grade.
gonna show
This
her?
It's
requires
my
you to have all
favorite.
patients with maximum food and water at one time, which can be much harder than you'd think. Once
So
you
I
you
didn't
finish
know it
can
was
show you
animated.
a
I wasn't
sneak
clicked on
peek.
this button
Discord.
will become available in the upper right-hand side of the camera panel.
Here
Clicking
goes
it allows
Celine
you to enter
sneak
duties for
peek.
the night, since the patients can survive on their own until tomorrow. After each night, you'll load into a small
Eh?
minigame that
What
tells
happened?
a different story.
Look
We're
at your
still playing as
DMs.
Andrew, but when he used to work at Buster's.
Let's
In this minigame,
go.
the restaurant has finally reopened with animatronic
Let's
Four
food.
revisions.
Andrew mentions that
Four
his boss made it
revisions
very
on
clear to
just
him that he needs
arguing
to hold
booba
these robots with
size.
high regard, and that Andrew needs to keep a
I
close
keep
eye on them.
asking
We
for
head
them to
towards
be
the stage to check
smaller.
on
She
them,
won't
but
let
as
me.
we do, we notice slips of paper on the floor. They warn us about a lockdown
Just
protocol.
let
and
me
how all
Let
let me
not
be
let
able
you
to
be
lie on my
flat-chested.
side at
an hour
least.
before the protocol goes into place.
It's fine.
As
Once the
Andrew approaches
jacket's
the
on,
stage,
it looks
he
fine.
realizes
added
that
it.
one of the characters must have already been
How
taken backstage earlier.
I love
We
it.
verify this, but as we enter the room, we notice a kid lying on the floor, twitching,
you know,
and
I
blood
don't-
everywhere.
Perfect.
A disturbing
Ooh,
sight for
vodka
sure,
burp.
but the minigame ends before we can figure
I
out
don't think
anymore.
I should
As we head back back to the menu,
wild.
we're told that we've
Show
unlocked
me.
the patient hub. As it turns out, you can actually visit the 3 patients and
I got
personally
that
talk
back
with them to see how
finally.
they're
Oh,
doing.
that's so
Well, I didn't get
However,
it.
you
I
understandably
didn't
don't
fucking
want
get it
anything to
back.
do
I
with
want
Mewtwo,
it.
since he is the reason.
It's finished. I don't
The
know why
patient
she won't
hub
give
serves
it to
as an
me.
interactive place where all of your
Didn't show
collectibles and
white
information
first.
will be stored. While we don't have anything right at the
To be
moment,
fair, I
this
haven't
room soon becomes
shown more
crowded
than
with
like
all sorts
Mocha,
of things that we
really.
can find. With nothing else to do besides return for a
Damn,
second
Okay,
night,
Mocha.
we're back in the worst place on
Oh
Earth.
yeah.
The intercom.
Wait, what? Huh? What
Uh-huh.
say?
What? Oh, that's so cute. I love
Me
it.
and Honey fusion dancer.
Honeyco.
Honeyco. Hold. I don't
Holding.
think I showed you.
What am I holding on to? I have my keyboard.
I'm holding on to my
Just-
tits. In anticipation.
Those are mine. Don't do that.
Dude, I hold onto my
Please.
titties all the time as stress balls.
I do too. Like, every so often, I just kind of put my arm under my tit, just kind of rest it there.
Yeah. Sometimes you just kind of hold them up and they're comfy.
Yeah. I love the way you color my little doodles.
Yeah, these are gonna be my panels.
Little dude, little
my
guy.
The balloons are gonna be the socials. The stand up is gonna be the about me, and the crying one is gonna be my credits.
I love how you say that, but there's 2 crying ones.
I said the balloon one.
Yeah, I know. I know which one you meant. I just find it funny because
I'm-
both of them are crying.
I will forever color everything you give me.
I love
I'm
it.
getting better at it.
Yeah. I love it. They're so cute.
I redrew all of them. But
Yeah.
mostly just the little stand up one because I needed all of the hands to match so that they were all
Gotcha.
nubbins.
We can't have fingers here.
No. I wanted them all to be the same hamster.
Hamster.
Hunter.
Hamster. I look like I'm about to slowly morph into Hamtaru.
Actually, though.
Hamtaro time.
Your eyes get bigger with everyone and your body gets smaller.
Hamtaro, if we
Not
work together,
it's much better. My best friend, the
Best
hamster's big adventures. Excuse me
like
for
sunflower
a
seeds,
minute, need to
punch.
ride on my wheel.
Oh
I
dear.
clearly must have missed out of this in my childhood.
It's not Bijou. What's the one with the little fucking
Bijou's
yellow?
so cute.
Oh,
Bijou.
Pashmina?
Pashmina, the one with the little yellow blinky over it. It's me! It's
I love the fucking ribbon twirling, like the twirly whirly round and round.
I feel like it says a
Twirling
lot
up,
about me.
twirling down.
My 3 favorites were Pashmina, Bijou, and the one with the little bandana.
Oh my god, yeah. What? Oh my god, what's his name?
I can't remember his name, but those 3 were my favorites.
They're so cute.
I
Okay.
remember.
Oh, you
my!
mean,
I'm gonna age myself.
Jingle?
I would literally. Is it?
Is it
I would go
Jingle?
into Blockbuster with my dad. It was like the best part of a Friday night was driving down the street to Blockbuster, beelining it for the VHS tapes, and seeing if they had the new VHS tape for Hamtaru.
Still have art of me as like a hamster.
I love
from
that.
Hamtaro.
A hamster, big adventure.
We have a VHS in like one of our little tubs that we have in the garage. Where
No,
it's
not-
just the Jingle episode and like the episode surrounding it.
It's not Pashmina, it's Penelope.
Penelope. Well,
Oh,
Penelope hangs out with
Penelope.
Pashmina a lot, so I get them
Yes.
confused.
They're so
How
cute.
dare you?
And then I know that there's one that talks like his nose is permanently backed up. I like him too.
Oh, that's Oxnard?
I think so.
Yeah, he's the one
Like-
that looks like
But that
he's got
always talks
dots
like
on-
this.
Yeah, he's got dots all
Like-
over
like
himself, and he's
Jimmy.
always carrying a sesame seed.
Cappy!
So
Cappy.
the stereotypical science
Cappy.
kid, or
Cappy's the smallest one. It makes sense why you would resonate with him so much.
damn.
The mic
Just-
peak.
This is bullshit!
Just call her the mobile shelf, why don't you? Damn.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking bullshit.
Bullshit!
Oh dear.
Bullshit, motherfucker.
Bullshit.
Don't worry, Mko. I'm sure you're a perfect height for armrest.
Straight to jail with
You're
you.
just hurting her more.
Straight to prison. No trial.
Right to jail.
Criminal offense.
Believe it or not, jail.
Jail. Right to jail. Is he really the smallest?
Yes. So concerned.
No, he's not.
He's 7.7
Penelope
centimeters.
is.
Well, Penelope's a baby.
Emco is
You're
realizing.
3 inches tall.
Am I a clown to you?
I mean, you do make me laugh.
It's not fair.
Just
Oh
the
my
in
goodness.
and out.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fact that she's cutting in and out is so funny.
What happened?
Emco's dying again.
Oh no, Imco.
He's trying
Politely
to
bullying.
drink more.
Excuse me.
I just gonna drink too more.
He wants me to drink more.
I'm gonna say drink more water first.
There's two named Lapis and one named Lazuli.
Lapis lazuli.
There's one named
Lapis lazuli.
Naruto.
Well, believe it.
Fish cake.
Yeah, he's got a little Naruto design
Yeah.
on his forehead.
Yeah.
Cutie pie.
Every day. Hi.
I agree.
It's a getting closer, sticking my head
Don't say
in
it.
a roller coaster.
Pashmina is
There's
6.2
also,
centimeters.
there's like another TikTok that resonates with me, and it's the dude, the girlfriend with the girl and his and her boyfriend just going like, she's like, hey, what do we have? And he's just like, crippling depression, and she's like, no, in the bag, and he's like, oh, tacos.
That's such
We
a
got
mood,
tacos
though.
and
It's
sushi,
me.
tacos and
It's
sushi,
me.
Tacos and sushi, antidepressants.
I feel so
Tacos and
seen.
sushi. Tacos and sushi.
What do we have? Crippling depression. No, with the bag. Tacos.
Tacos.
Yeah.
It's gonna be me at TwitchCon for real.
Yup.
Crippling
Like,
depression.
Celine, what's in the
debt,
bag?
A bag leg.
Me laying on the floor crying more. I don't know why I rhyme shit sometimes. It's not intentional.
It just makes you quirky. Not the hiccups.
Emco, you know what I'm going to suggest to you, right? Water.
No. I have a water bottle filled with cranberry vodka.
Emco? Homie? Friendo? Amigo? Buddy? Gamer I would be happy to play video games with.
It's
even if it's
wild.
not Final Fantasy 14. Get some fucking water.
No.
Just a fucking like Emco.
Emco? I will erase the marriage certificate between you and KV.
I'll just make a new one.
That one's written
Nah.
in crayon.
We need a
Yes,
different
Can't
one.
your
stop her love.
It's okay.
Yes, but you did sell it to me for, what was it, like a Taco Supreme wrap?
He doesn't have
taco-
my one to Celine. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I'm glad mine is the safe one. I
Thanks,
guess.
Echo. Appreciate it.
I learned and I put it in a safe so that KV doesn't sell that one too.
I learned it.
Today I learned.
That one's also drawn in crayon.
Oh my god.
Celine, I have
Godzilla
an offer for
hamster.
you.
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
2 Taco Supreme wraps for that piece of paper in the safe.
Celine,
Better
at
tacos
least
with-
promise if you're gonna sell my crayon certificate that I'll be worth more than 2 fucking tacos and a crunch wrap.
No,
You're
no,
not
it's
paying me a
2
lot
crunch
more than
wraps and a
that.
taco.
Two crunch wrap. No, 2 crunch wraps and a bag of Doritos.
Something like that.
More than that.
I was hungry.
There was also a large soda.
At least get yourself taken out
I
to
think you need
dinner
to
and a
understand.
spa day.
I'm an expensive date.
Oh.
I am a luxury if you can afford.
I'm a luxury if you can afford.
Yay!
I mean,
She's keeping me because she can't afford to sell me. Yay!
What a sentiment.
The way
all right, Sling.
phrased
Sling,
it
final
is
offer.
not good.
She can't afford
Sling,
to
fire off.
sell.
Final offer. $20.
Yeah. Dude, what?
All the lint in my
$20.
pockets.
How much?
62 cents. Plenty.
No.
$20.62.
No.
Damn, that's all the money I got in my pocket.
Coward.
Coward.
Also, Emko, I have great news. There is a character in Hamtaro named Emiko.
My name from Japanese class in high school?
Emiko.
She's a woman.
What empire do I own?
She actually gets married
basic
in the
bitch.
episode she's introduced.
It's a basic bitch.
It is, in fact, a woman.
It's like what were we playing? It was me and Spectre playing with Brave with Elden Ring, Night Rain, and we were talking about the goat boss, and Brave was like, "Oh, I bet he's not too hard," and me and Spectre both at the same time going,
Yeesh.
in harmony,
Pulls collar.
harmonizing
Ugh.
and Brave just
Yeah,
being like, "That's weird."
Oh, I seem to have grown out of my depth.
I mean, we did unintentionally take Brave, who is like a fucking newborn baby in Night Rain, took him thinking he had beaten his first boss, and then took him into the ever dark version of that first boss.
Oh, nah.
For the second time playing. And it didn't register to me, Inspector, until Brave's like, "Oh, that's cool. They like fuse together and separate." And we're like, "Yeah, they do that in the normal."
Oh, no.
And like, he registered a little bit, and then afterwards he's like, "Ooh, what are these?" And we're like, "The relics." Hold up, Brave. Do you not have relics? And then me going, "Spectre, I need you to look at his stream right now."
Help.
What the fuck's the relic?
Literally, we
is
took
this?
like a newborn. It was like we took a baby that was just born and punted it into a highway.
Threw it at God.
Baby's
I
first.
literally said, "Welcome to the world, little one. Time to fight God."
Baby's first group content was Valley Gormanda.
Yay!
I cried a little bit, then a lot, and then a lot more, and then we left RFC, and then we got a new FC, and I stopped crying.
I peed myself a little. I
favorite-
cried.
My favorite
Cleaned
thing
up
to
the
do
pee.
with people that have never been in Savages before is to take them into Savage Kefka.
He gonna die. You trying
Because
to
like
kill
the
him.
first few Savages before Kefka, you're like, "Oh, this is cool. Like you can get the mechanics down pretty well." And then Kefka happens. And everyone's like, "Oh, what's this marker mean?" And then they hear everyone going, "Wait, they're not the same markers?" It's like, "Welcome to you have unique."
I have never been
like,
more
nice little
caroused at a
buff.
clown man in my entire life.
Oh, especially when God Kefka appears on the horizon,
Oh,
they're just like,
yes.
"Oh no."
Aw.
I'm just sitting there I'm sitting there with Kefka in the background, arms spread open, like, "Welcome to hell."
Death in your eyes.
I
Yeah.
met the girl that everyone draws Reen with, finally.
Oh, you did? How'd it go?
Well.
Yeah?
She sure exists, and I sure didn't finish the content.
Yeah, I
Oh
figured.
no.
I'm
That
very
was,
worried because everyone keeps making jokes about how well the girls get along, and I'm very concerned.
Yeah, no.
What does
they're
that mean?
They're just girls being friends. They're just friends, you know.
How well do they get along?
Just good friends.
Wait, did they not become friends?
They're just
Wait,
they're
which girls?
good friends.
Which girls?
Reen and Gaia.
Oh yeah, they're friends.
They're friends, yeah.
Okay. You're scaring me, but okay.
They're just good friends, Echo. I don't know what you
They're
want me to
really
tell you.
good friends.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna end poorly.
Oh,
I need a
no.
sound clip of Echo saying that. Oh, this is gonna end poorly.
Yeah. Mom, come help. I'm in danger.
Ding, ding, ding. Orion, help me.
It's like if someone
Orianji
ever
can
wants
help
to
you
go into
now.
Hades EX, I'm just like I literally sit there and I'm like, so tell me how you feel about all of them. And they're like, the what? And it's like, you know, like Laha bread. How do you feel about all of them?
Kitchen sink.
I wish to fight.
I think it's a fun fight, but I've never had a fight more than Hades where I've had like newbie to EX content players following me like little lost ducklings as I'm running around the map, and they're just like, she knows where she's going.
That is literally Echo in any sort of like hard content. She's like, "Where's Kutao?"
Get the fucking triangle over here, please.
Like,
where's
the
guy that knows this fight?
I've had the marker put on my head so many times in certain Savage content fucking fights because they're like, she knows what she's doing. And then I'm sitting here like, oh, little do you know, I just have sheer dumb luck sometimes.
Dude. That's how I felt with the Zoralja fight. I was like avoiding like most of the swords in that one part. And my friends were just like, "Oh my god, you know what you're doing. We're gonna follow you." And I'm just like, "No, no, 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 no."
No.
Wait.
It's like a fucking Leviathan, like the Savage Leviathan fight. And when the fucking map floor drops and I sit there and everyone's followed me and I'm like, you've doomed us all.
Why have you done this?
You've killed us all. I was like, break up into your pairings. Why are you with me?
Why are you following me? Why are you following me?
Me and Nagus, anytime we're in content together and he stands directly on me.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh god. There's
love the
like
guy,
certain
but
savages. There's like certain savages that a sound effect just causes trauma now. The fucking dogs. The fucking shadow dog. I hate Tower Bay so much. I want it to burn.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Number of times I'd be on my tower and I'd be happy-go-lucky, and then some motherfucker stands on the tower.
Stupid bitch.
Some dumb bitch.
It's my tower.
spat
I
all over
peed
my
on it.
tablet.
There is a legit point. Well, I know it was like, what was it? It was Pandemonium. Yeah, it was the first Pandemonium in Savage. I don't know if the clip still exists, but there is a clip of me like literally being like, hey, you need to go to this part. We're gonna die. I called out this color, and someone's like, you're not the boss of me. I was like, okay. And then they die immediately. I was like, funny how it works like that. It's almost like the static leader did a call out.
I want to do Pandemonium again.
I'm still bitter about Pandemonium. I literally my static dissolved when we were at literally 0.5%.
No.
And it was over me like literally putting a rule in place where it's like, hey, if you're gonna run like the Savage outside of like our static, like just make sure not to roll on items because then it decreases the drop for our group.
Yeah.
Which is like common courtesy things, but I had noticed with other newer fights that they had been rolling, and I'm like, hey, don't like you can roll on it after our weekly Savage meeting because if we don't clear it, definitely go clear it and grab your shit. However, don't lessen the pull for our static because you do have like you've like kind of dedicated your time to our group first, and a bunch of people got really butthurt about me making that rule, and then they left. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's just common etiquette for new content, but okay, I'll go fuck myself. I will not be a static leader again. God damn, fucking you couldn't pay me enough for that shit.
Valid.
The number of like complaints I would get from people where all it could be solved by them just talking to the person directly.
God, don't even get us started about savage or not savage. Static drama.
Communication.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me sitting there like someone's like, I didn't like this thing that blank said to me, and I'm like, did you talk to them? No. Then how do they know that you didn't like it?
What the fuck do you want me to do about it?
And they're like, well, talk to them. And I'm like, oh my fucking God.
I'm not your goddamn teacher. Go talk to them. You're an adult.
You have lips. You have a voice. Use them.
I'm like, I am not your mother. I am a mommy, but not a mother. My children have 4 legs. And one has wings. He's the special child.
True.
He screams a lot, but he's fine. Oh my God, he was pissed off today about something. I don't know what it was, but he was pissed off about it. He was like in there destroying one of his toys. Yeah, he was destroying one of his toys. Then I opened the door and I'm like, Levi, and he's just like, hi. And I'm like,
Hi,
okay.
Well, all right.
I'm like, okay, buddy, as long as you're good, just have fun. Then I close the door and he starts screaming as he's destroying the toy again. And I'm like, okay. Literally.
Hey, Celine.
Mm-hmm.
So I removed all of the Fugi sources on all of my different scenes. And I don't think I've dropped frames anymore.
I was right. It's almost like I had this exact problem, baby. Wow. Look who's there. It's almost like Celine was right.
Couldn't be.
Nah. She's too stupid to be right. I do feel that way sometimes. Sometimes I have moments of genius and I sit there and I'm like, oh, that was smart.
I'm a
Good
genius.
Job, Celine.
Oh no.
Because usually when I'm right about something, it's like, I don't want to be right about that though. It's like, you were right. I don't want to be.
Looks at own hands. What have I done?
Oh no. It should be fine as soon as you like update OBS though.
Yeah.
Should be.
Because that's what fixed mine.
I'm hoping.
Should be.
Yeah.
Don't fucking jinx me, Stippy. I will kill you. In Minecraft.
Okay. And I'm going to.
Murber, it's back on the menu.
Would you like me to just give you the IT answer?
Sure.
Alrighty, so the conclusion that we've come to after looking
I
at our
hate this
backend is
immediately.
that update and then turn it off and back on again, we'll be able to resolve your issues. Do you have any other questions or concerns?
I used to do IT for this really large stockbroking firm near where I live. And they never wanted to hear the turn it off and back on solution. So what I would have to do sometimes is go into their office, pretend to type things on their computer desktop, and then turn it off and back on. and it was magically fixed. And they were like, "Oh my god, you fixed it." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "How'd you do it?" And I was like, "Oh, it was just some things were conflicting with one another." And then I'd go back to my desk, and my boss at the time was just like, "I've never been able to get them to just turn it off and on." And it's like, "Oh, I did it for them. I said I did something else." They're like, my boss was like, "That's actually genius." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Yes, sir. That's what you
So,
paid me the monies for.
so Celine, the answers
Mhm.
that we came up with where I work, hey, we gotta do cache clearance of your web browsers, and then do a full restart of your system to make sure that it takes.
Yep. Sometimes I'll get them to open like fucking command prompt or something just to have it pop up, and then I'm like, "Okay, like just let it stay open for a few minutes. I want to see if it does something." It's like, "Okay, it's not, so we're going to turn it off and on," and then fixes it. But it's always like there's a logic loop happening somewhere for most IT issues like that.
It's
But if they think you're doing something, they feel more validated in calling you. Otherwise, they're just mad that they had to call
Yeah.
for a simple fix. And I understand that. Like, I totally get it. It's frustrating. But also, computers are just a machine. So sometimes they just need, like, the fucking night-night button. Like, you're having a bad day, sometimes you need to take a fucking nap.
It's like an upset tummy. Sometimes you just need to lie down a
Literally, your PC's the same way. Sometimes it just needs a fucking nap.
bit. Oh, spoke too soon. My frames are dead.
KV. Girly pop.
I shouldn't have said shit.
Girly pop.
It wasn't me this time.
You spoke it into existence. You did this to you.
I did. You sound like one of those girls from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, the Gaston song girls.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I make noises.
Women.
Fuck. I'm
Yeah?
okay. I probably need to lay down. I need to not overexert myself. It's already 3:20 in the morning
Yeah,
for
rest
me.
your
oh my
balls.
god, it is 3:20 in the morning. Oh.
I have to go back.
Yeah, done fucked up.
I'm being yelled at.
Is Boyo yelling at you?
Birthday boy is yelling at me.
Okay,
Boy,
Evan,
boy.
don't let them yell at
I
you.
love you
Only
guys.
KV gets to yell at
Everybody's
you.
leaving me
Good
again.
night.
Good night.
I
Love you more.
Mwah.
Good night. Mwah.
I appreciate you all. KV,
Yeah.
have a good night, and may your frames return to normal.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
Also,
Can't believe he would do that to me. Crazy. One day my frames will return. This pizza's pretty good. I must say. Oh dear. You know what? Let's go back to the
buzzes once again, and the voice returns to give us some updated instructions. He says that a small catch that's related to Matthew will be with us here on out. An animatronic that he created is with us as another challenge to overcome. This is where we are finally introduced to Busted, my personal favorite character in the entire series. Busted will roam around the building, always in one of the 3 cameras. He'll change rooms frequently, but once he can't be found in any of them, he's found you instead. The voice warns us that when this happens, we need to act quick if we want to survive. He's provided us with a glow stick, which is the only tool at our disposal, and the only one that will save our life. I've said this before and I'll say it again, the way the glow stick is revealed to us is nothing short of perfection. Prior to tonight, there was no real reason for us to flip down the camera. Even so, I and many other players did. There is this beautiful amount of uncertainty and anxiety that builds up over the span of the first night. In fact, any FNAF player should know that having the camera up for an extended period of time is just asking for trouble. So, flipping it down every once in a while to observe the cold ambience of the office is very normal, but now with the glow stick, we can give light to the area. And what a gross little space this is. If you haven't already pieced together, thanks to the bunny mask scribbled on the wall, this is the same room as the one on the main menu. It's a neat little reveal mixed in with some lore foreshadowing later on. In the office, there are 4 separate entrances, 2 on the far sides and 2 in the middle. When Busted can no longer be found on any of the cameras, it's safe to assume that he's standing in one of these entrances. Using the glow stick and hovering it around him will be enough to send him back into the darkness. The glow stick does have a limited use though, so while it can be very effective against Busted, it's also very useless once that small use period has expired. It will recharge over time, but it's much slower if you've drained it fully, so it's best to avoid doing that. The voice tells us that Busted has one more trick up his metal sleeve. So, as it turns out, the 3 cameras in our security feed all have doors in sight. These are the rooms where the patients are being kept during the night. They're put so far away from us to prevent us from harming them. However, they are conveniently close to where Busted wanders around. I sure hope nothing unfortunate comes from that.
I'm sure that's fine.
God. So, as it turns out, in an incredibly disturbing way, Busted can kill a patient. This is the first time that I can think of where it's not only our life on the line, but also the lives of people we're surrounded by. Project Readjusted 3 went very quickly from this game about surviving 5 nights and getting evidence, to surviving while also keeping others alive with you. Even if you have no morals or argue that they don't need to be saved because they're nameless, they still have evidence that you need, so keeping them alive is within our best interest. The voice tells us that we have to pay extra close attention to the camera that Busted is in. If we see him near one of the doors where a patient is in, we have to ring the bell on our desk. This will spare the patient for now, but put ourselves in immediate danger. Busted will immediately make his way to us, and the same way we learned how to get rid of him before still applies. The bell is interesting because it's an almost foolproof way of getting Busted in the office. That may sound weird, but it's actually great. Too busy ordering more supplies and now you've lost track of Busted? Ring the bell. However, just like every tool in the game, it can also be a handicap. The bell only works if Busted isn't already in the room with us. Ringing it while he's with us is an insta-kill, so finding time to get him into the office is important. The other characters will soon be added work in conjunction with the bell, so while it can be a multi-use tool, it's mostly effective with Busted. Night 2 for the most part is decently straightforward. A little side tangent, but on my very first playthrough of the game over 2 years ago, I wasn't paying attention during the intercom speech, and I proceeded to die about 5 times. In confusion, I tried to look up a walkthrough online, when I realized that no one on YouTube had even given the game a chance. So if Busted wasn't as complex as he was, I would have likely never died, and would never know that this game is so underrated. I wouldn't have made my original video, and I wouldn't be up at 2:30 on a Saturday morning writing this exact video. After finishing our shift, we load back into the same minigame from the previous night right where it left off. The kid is fine, but Andrew realizes that the animatronics in this restaurant are very similar to the previous locations. Rumors were spreading of how dangerous and unsafe they were.
Gifting you
as
things.
Andrew leaves the backstage area,
Besties, thank you for the 10 gifted. What the fuck?
Massachusetts
has gifted 10 subs to viewers.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you gave one to Celine too. Oh my goodness. That means you get a yippee. I need to confirm if beef is an omega. Oh god. God, you're right. That means we get to do the omega test. Yay. I'll do that at some other point because it's getting pretty late right now and I want to have like actual energy to do that test. But yes, thank you for the 10. Wait. Yeah, 10 gifted. And that means you also get a 10-minute sketch or a 10-minute doodle. So what do you want me to doodle, Masters? Again, it might not be right now because I have to like tally up who gave what. Um, but I will draw what you want for 10 minutes. Oh, and you also get to write a tweet. So what would you want me to tweet? You could also just DM me if you want.
Another child was injured, and this one is pretty bad. The entire building staff is understandably panicked and
Doodle
they
a
mention
burp?
how a large crowd
Like
is
our
formed
burp?
outside the restaurant. We're instructed to check the office to make sure everything's still intact after the restaurant went into panic. Everything in the office seems normal, but just as Andrew leaves the room, he notices a purple figure in the hallway. The minigame cuts out before we get a good look at it. Checking back in with the patients, and they're seeming to accept the reality of their situation. One of the patients mentions how the building we've been in is directly below the building we used to work at, the one with the fume problems. Another accounts that they've heard screaming throughout the night, and the final patient recalls seeing a purple figure approach her, but looking directly at it made it vanish. She also mentions that there being a leader of the group responsible for her kidnapping.
You want me to draw him
It's
like
mentioned how
actual
he's super
bird,
strict
or
and
do you want me to
controlling,
draw him
making
like
sure that
his
everything's going to
normal
plan. Weird for
figure?
sure, but since everything is fine here, we have no
His
other
normal
option
flesh
than to
prison.
go back for a third night. When we arrive back in the office, the mysterious voice comes back over the intercom to tell us that this will be their final interaction with us until we've completed the game. He mentions that the building we're currently in is directly below the Project Readjusted 2 building. It still has its fume problems, only now they're seeping into the downstairs area, exactly where we are. I remember my first time playing through this game and having my mind blown by that revelation, not even knowing of Project Readjusted 2 that much. I mean, it's not like Andrew didn't know where he was.
Whatever you feel like.
But the way it's
Okay.
revealed to us as the player, that in my opinion makes it that much more impactful. Project Readjusted 3 does it a lot, finding subtle ways to reveal massive details about either the story, its gameplay, or, in this case, its environment. Anyway, the voice tells us that because we're in the basement of the abandoned storage facility, we share its fumes. If you remember from PR2, the fumes are what create the Wraith animatronics. They make a return for PR3, but they've been tweaked quite a bit. Now there's only two of them, Wraith Buster and Finn. They work almost exactly the same as they did in PR2, only now that one of them is in the cameras and the other is in the office. They also can no longer jump scare the player on their own, which is nice, but they're still just as important to deal with as the main threats. Over the course of a night, Wraith Buster will begin to materialize in the office. A quiet heartbeat can be heard indicating that he's spawning. We must lower the camera and use the glow stick in the office to scare him away. Wraith Finn, on the other hand, will also begin to materialize over time. The same heartbeat sound cue can be heard on the cameras. Wraith Finn will spawn in one of the three cameras, a large purple hue taking over the majority. Leaving the camera panel up and on that specific camera is the only way to get rid of him. If we fail to get rid of either of the Wraiths, then there's a chance for them to spawn in one of the patient's rooms, which will cause them to scream. If they scream, Busted would immediately find them and try to get in. Only a small window of time remains to ring the bell and save a life. The post-night minigame once again resumes from where we left off. Andrew acknowledges the figure as a hallucination of the Finn character, which I guess confirms his existence. I was wrong to deny it back during PR2. Andrew brushes it off and has to check in with his coworkers to let them know that the office is clear. We are finally allowed to leave the building for the day and go home. The minigame fades away as we leave. Night 3's minigame is pretty straightforward compared to previous nights, and that's by design. I'll talk about that in a little while, but right now the patients are finally starting to warm up to Andrew. They aren't entirely trusting of him just yet, but they are starting to drop some subtle gameplay tips, like how we can ring the bell in the office to lure Busted towards us. However, one of them reveals that their sister worked on constructing the animatronics and heard her reading some blueprints aloud. That's all we get for now, but these patients continue to remind us that they are real people too, and that our actions do have consequences that extend past our own life. Night 4 is really interesting in the way that nothing really happens. There isn't an intercom announcement from the mysterious voice, nor is there a new threat.
Panty.
It's simply Busted, the Wraiths, and keeping the patients alive. I do like how we're given some downtime here, which definitely makes adjusting to the new mechanics at a lot higher difficulty much easier. I'm not going to ramble too much about this night because, again, nothing interesting happens. What is interesting is the minigame that takes place directly after our shift. We don't play as Andrew, but instead as the Wraith that Andrew saw at the end of the second night. This is further confirmed by the minigame's purple hue and faster soundtrack. We aren't supposed to be here.
Okay.
The minigame seems corrupt. There's countless glitches and sprites of children and employees blocking the halls. After wandering around for a little while, we enter a room with another injured child laying on the ground twitching. As we approach the child, some text box opens up on the screen saying, "You can be restored. I can do that for you. You must kill them for me. Trespasser." Before getting too close, the minigame
10
ends.
minutes.
Back in the patient hub, one of the patients tells us that they heard someone debugging an animatronic upstairs last night. They say that the person was altering the mascot's code because he had a similar experience when their sister brought home a pink robot. They tried fixing it, but to no avail. Another patient accounts for hearing rumbling noises outside the building during the night. Anytime an alarm would go off, they would scamper away. Without a doubt the weirdest thing we've heard so far, but I guess that should be normal by now. Heading back into the office for the final night, and nothing seems different. After about 20 seconds, the intercom comes back online.
Animatronic performer model patch 3A 2001 signal detected and active. Warn protocol locked. Please refrain contact with model patch 3A. Notes from author. No staring. Use noise to push away. Repeat. No staring. Use noise to push away.
Just like that, we have another animatronic to deal with. This is subject model number 3A, arguably the most important character. I know I've said that about 4 times already, but this time I mean it. I'll talk about them in depth a little later, but I first want to talk about how they're dealt with. 3A will be in one of the 3 cameras at all times. If you happen to be on the same camera as them, they'll reach out their hand to disable it. 3A breaking a camera is very bad for a multitude of reasons, including the fact that it's disabled for 30 seconds. Within that 30 seconds, Busted has an increased chance of attacking that patient associated with that camera, so it's best to avoid looking in the same camera for too long. Occasionally, 3A will leave the cameras and end up in your office. His loud metal clanking sounds indicate his arrival. Only by immediately ringing the bell will ward him off. Doing literally anything else before he leaves will result in you being killed. 3A is not someone to mess around with. He's the only addition to Night 5 and serves as an unofficial boss of sorts. We'll talk about 3A again shortly, but after finishing the night, we load into one final minigame. We're playing as a child, the minigame still glitching out as a text box appears on screen. They made it. This is the kid from the Night 1 minigame, presumably dead or at least in an unconscious state. We make our way into the back room where everything happened. We talk with who is presumably Wraith Finn, their head on a table. They tell us that they didn't mean to harm us. It wasn't their goal, only to make people scream. The true threats are those lurking the halls at night. Wraith Finn tells us that we've succeeded in our mission, and the patients are now free. The minigame ends before we can learn any more. Alright, I know that this is confusing, and I want to take a minute to explain what just happened. We are presumably talking to whatever spirit resides inside Finn, presumably a child that had died while at Buster's. The Wraiths don't want to hurt anyone, they're just following orders, those given to the actual animatronics. However, they just want to leave everything behind. I'll admit, this is the one part of the Project Readjusted story that's confused me. It's never explicitly mentioned anywhere that there were murders happening inside the restaurants, or even that there was an accidental death. After the minigame ends, we get to witness the ending. All patients have been freed, but the mysterious voice implies that there was more that we could have done instead, to help better our case. That's right, there's multiple endings. Playing through the game from the very start, we can start to piece together how to get the true ending. In each minigame, walking around the perimeter of the building, you may eventually stumble into a wall. Going through and following this invisible maze will lead you to a note. The notes will vary from each night, but they tell a different story. The first note tells us about the HICM, or Hyper Intelligent Computing Membrane, a giant computer that's used to control every and all robots ever produced by Diner World Entertainment, the creators of Buster's. The computer is well hidden, and an ex-employee tries to find it. The second note tells us about how the HICM will overheat and cause some of the robots attached to it to malfunction. One of the robots that was being tested seemingly left the building entirely, not to be seen again. The third note tells us that subject model number 3A has failed numerous testing checkpoints and is currently being assessed. It's also mentioned that test audiences did not like his appearance too much and were put off by him. 2 other new entertainers are currently being tested. The fourth is a clipping of a newspaper, where photos of a mysterious robot roaming the woods have been seen, but disappears quickly once loud noises are present. The article was actually written by none other than Hayden, the protagonist in Project Readjusted 1, so I'm glad to see that he's still doing well for himself. The final note is titled My Whereabouts, so it's no surprise that it was written by Matthew. He's moved on, his plans with the HICM are complete. He's just now setting up the very game we just played. I'll explain a little bit more in depth about what the HICM is and why it's so important, but for now, all you need to know is that it's what's making Busted and 3A so aggressive. The 5 notes scattered in each of the 5 minigames are what is required to get the true ending. However, there is one more thing. On night 3, taking the true ending, a new character will be added. A human, wearing a white suit and covering his face with a rabbit mask. This is the subjected member, one of my personal favorite characters. Occasionally, throughout the night, he'll step into the office to see how you're doing. It's revealed through this that the subjected member is the mysterious voice on the intercom, and the one who got Andrew involved in the first place. The name subjected member implies that there's more than one of them. Subjected member is one of the hardest characters to incorporate into a night than any other before. He'll occasionally appear in one of the cameras. Once you either change a camera or put down the console altogether, he'll enter the office. When he enters, you need to keep the camera panel up and the conveyor running the entire time he's in the office, or he'll kill you. The subjects don a rabbit mask, the same as the one on the wall in front of us in the office. The choice of a rabbit always confused me, as there isn't a rabbit character in the Project Readjusted series. The rabbit could be a symbol for many things. In the Chinese zodiac, the rabbit symbolizes mercy and intelligence. Mercy is given to the patients in the form of us, someone that the subjected brought in, but every night saves them from the horrors that lurk in the dark. The intelligence portion is a little bit more evident as the rabbit described on the wall has its third eye open, referring to how they seem to have infinite knowledge on anything that Andrew could ever want. It could also have nothing to do with religion or outside beliefs. The term "follow the white rabbit" means to follow a strange idea or situation wherever it takes you, even if the destination is unclear. We see this symbolism throughout the game. Ever so desperate for information, Andrew will follow any lead, even if it leads him and other people into countless life or death situations. It's revealed through clever wording throughout the notes that the subjected member is Matthew, ever so carefully keeping an eye on Andrew, making sure he never gets close enough to find the truth. It's a beautiful setup and execution, and one that I wasn't fully expecting. One thing is for sure though, the subjected is a cult. Their leader Matthew and their god this rabbit. And then it hit me, their leader isn't this mysterious rabbit, it's subject model number 3A, who just so happens to be a rabbit animatronic, albeit a pretty fucked up rabbit. 3A has a lot of importance in the Project Readjusted story because he's the first animatronic created by Dino World Entertainment. He's the reason that every and all animatronic were made and for the creation of the HICM. It's also likely that this is why Matthew wanted to work for Dino World in the first place. There's not much known beyond that, but that's okay, because we've taken the full walk now. We found Matthew. Well, found is a little generous because he gets away in the end, but still. The patients are for sure set free by now and can tell us what they know. The information the patients tell us are small anecdotes of working for Dino World. These range from working on Glossy to straight up kidnappings, but they're all interesting. I'm not going to summarize them because I still want you to play this game, even if I have spoiled all of it. It's seriously worth playing the game and piecing small bits of the story together. Trust me. Other than some minor post-game content, like a full-on multiplayer hide-and-seek type game, not even joking by the way, that's all there is to Project Readjusted 3. This is my favorite fan game of all time, and it will probably stay that way forever. Unless Jolly 4 decides to release, which it won't. Who am I kidding, this is probably still better. I want to leave this section off here, because I still want you to play through the game and find all these small secrets for yourself. I'm going to leave a link in the description for my good friend Dice Games' 100% PR3 walkthrough, if you're at all stuck or lame and won't play the game for yourself. Before we move on, we need to talk about arguably the most important event regarding the Project Readjusted series. In early June of 2022, Mechless, alongside two very prominent FNAF developers, were exposed for owning and contributing to a group chat. The group chat contained several leaks of upcoming FNAF projects and sensitive personal information of members in the community. This was a massive blow to a large portion of the community, especially since two of the members in the group chat had yet to release their games, one of which was rumored to be included into the fanverse. What I can even say in this small section of a large video will never do justice to the amount of damage that was caused in what seemed like an instant. His name and any credibility he had established was ruined. Just as quickly as it happened, everyone forgot about Project Readjusted, or at least tried to burn it out of their memories. Since then, anytime Project Readjusted is brought up with anyone more involved in the community, it's often not on the game's quality, but instead how its developer is one of the scummiest people ever. I'm well aware that this feels like it's coming out of left field to praise these games as much as I have and then immediately drop this. I can't even imagine how random this would feel if you had no clue what this series was and who the people involved were until watching this video. But at the same time, how else would I go about doing so? I couldn't just start this video off with a disclaimer. I feel like that would turn a lot of people off. And I can't just ignore this entirely, that would just be disingenuous to not only you, but also the people affected. Because of this event, I was on and off about making this video, since calling a series underrated implies that it's worth your attention. I don't want to paint Mechless as this perfect image because that's very obviously not the case. I also don't want to make him out as this awful person. I want this point of the video to serve as a reminder for what happened going forward. Choose to support him or not, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to continue this on because there is still a lot of content to cover. Up until this point, this video has been in mostly chronological order, but we're going to take a moment to look back a couple of months. In late February 2022, about a month after PR3 version 2.0 released, and 4 months before Mechless was outed, Project Readjusted 3 would be updated to version 2.1.1, which was a fairly minor update, but it fixed a secret only unlocked for 100% of the game to be attainable. Going into the patient hub, a child can be found standing in the middle of the room. A strange place for them for sure, but at this point it's like the least weird thing about this game. However, when you actually talk to the child, something isn't right. They talk in third person, and it's almost immediately obvious that they aren't talking to Andrew, but instead, they're talking to you, the player. The child is what I would assume to be a stand-in for Mechless. It's how he envisions himself in this world he's created. Not someone who can control what the player does, but only someone that can observe, like any of the children in the minigames. Someone who doesn't expect the player to have taken the full walk, but instead surprised that you've stuck around until the end. Mechless knows that very few people would actually do that, and it's one of the main reasons I love Project Readjusted 3 so much. It feels personal. I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but it feels as if the game was truly made for the completionists, the people who take the time to look between the lines, or walk through walls. And for that, Mechless thanks us for our endurance, and leaves us with this. This is the first and only teaser for Project Readjusted 4, a game that wasn't even supposed to happen. Actually, let's pause for a moment. I have to come clean. This is not a teaser for Project Readjusted 4, because there is no such thing. Instead, this is a teaser for Jet Black, a stealth and escape horror experience created on Unreal Engine 5. Jet Black is in no way related to Five Nights at Freddy's or Project Readjusted, except it kinda is. Listen, coming clean again, Jet Black had probably the weirdest development cycle I've seen from a game. The project was announced as a sort of Project Readjusted 4, was then later scrapped after the pair, and then came back some time later, fully embracing the Jet Black subtitle as the project's name. And then that version was supposed to be its own original game, which would have been sold for actual money and would have gone up on Steam. This would have presumably been Mechless's big break from the FNAF franchise, as he finally can make money off his games. There's just a lot to unpack here, and I apologize if I get a lot of this wrong. A good majority of this game's development was hidden from the general public, but we do get enough to form a general synopsis. When the pair initially came to light, the three main developers in the group chat, Ultranite, Romanov, and Mechless, aborted their current projects after pretty much everyone retaliated against them. Ultranite would cancel Chompers, Romanov left the juniors team, and almost guaranteed the game wouldn't be released, and Mechless dropped a photo album of all concept art and promotional material that would have been used for Jet Black, which at the time was still known as PR4. I'm sure that almost none of what was shown in the original photo album was changed in the transition from PR4 to Jet Black, except for the removal of any and all ties to FNAF. We know that Jet Black would have been made in Unreal Engine 5, and its gameplay would center around this free-roam casino environment. Mostly all characters from the Project Readjusted series would return, donning a new outfit to match the theme. The team was greatly expanded, and even at the time of its eventual cancellation, was still looking for help. Even after all the progress the team had made, it simply wasn't meant to be, as sometime after the 2023 New Year, Jet Black and all of its promotional material was stripped from the GameJolt page and Mechless' social media. Mechless would later go on to say that he just wasn't enjoying making the game. However, this wasn't entirely true. Mechless presumably continued work on Jet Black. A couple more updates were shared either briefly on his GameJolt or his Discord server. In an attempt to cut all ties with Project Readjusted and FNAF, as a larger subgenre, Mechless replaced Buster with a new primary antagonist. And while I did try to find an archive of the original announcement post, I think for the time being it's as good as lost. In early June 2023, Mechless finally pulled the plug on Jet Black, halting all progress. After nearly 2 years of on and off progress, updates, and supposed cancellations and rebrandings, Jet Black was finally laid to rest. It's a real shame too. I'm usually a fan of more linear free-roam games, and from what was shown it had a ton of polish. Even if it wasn't a Project Readjusted game at its core, it will always be Project Readjusted 4 at heart. It's a shame that this would have been Mechless' final hurrah in the Project Readjusted series. Oh shit. Show of hands, how many of you thought that the series, the one with the murderous cult and killer robot dog, would eventually evolve into an online free-for-all game in the style of FNAF World? If you raised your hand, I really hope you take a moment to realize what you just agreed to. Released shortly after Jet Black's cancellation in early July, Bust 'em Up is the Project Readjusted online free-for-all experience, starring who else but Buster the dog as he fights against other Busters. When I first heard of this game, I thought it was some tech demo, and yeah, I definitely wasn't wrong, but what I wasn't expecting was how insanely content-rich this small game actually is. Like, this is the perfect game for an hour's worth of goofy, Project Readjusted related shenanigans with your friends. This game is multiplayer, and an incredibly fun multiplayer game at that. So, I gathered a bunch of my close friends into a lobby, and we played Bust 'em Up in probably the least skillful way possible. Oh yeah, I'm in lobby 2, I'm in lobby 2, we're in lobby 2.
Server 55.
Oh
Seth,
no, yeah, I'm
oh
in
my
server
God.
2. I'm in server 2.
So once you cross that line, it's a free-for-all. So you can actually damage each other once you cross that line.
Gamers! Gamers, let's kill each other.
Alright.
Come here.
Fucking die! No!
I killed Sir 55.
Do I respawn? Oh, I do. Oh, you fucking...
What the fuck? Look at
What?
Oh, you laugh. And I'm busting it down.
What's over here?
Bro, stop fucking teleporting and then coming like...
Oh my god. Wait.
No.
What the fuck? How did that one-tapped me? I haven't killed anyone! Stop!
Oh,
No.
Yes!
No.
I got Seth. I got Seth.
Get away!
Oh wait, this is actually insane. Get back here, little boy. Yes, this is actually insane.
What is that? How do you
No! I got fucking sniped.
No.
Wait.
my favorite one.
Oh, we got it.
Not on my screen. Not on my screen. We didn't.
On my. Oh,
Me and sir.
Oh, we got it.
No, we all got it. But hey, get back in line.
Get back in line. Back in formation.
Oh.
Dude, this shit is...
Oh my.
Band for band.
You are not going band for band.
Alright, what's your KDI?
0.64.
0.66 L.
Dude, my KDR is still higher than yours. What do you mean L? Stop shooting inward. Just get in here.
No.
You are so
I'm gonna
cheap.
kill somebody.
You are so corny. Stop doing that.
I think you still fucking died. I stepped out, you still died.
You are still corny, bro. You are so corny.
Yeah.
Alright, on the count of 3, we all cross the red line and fight to the death. None of us are allowed to cross back in until there's one left, alright?
Alright,
3, 2,
2, 1. No!
I died.
Bring it around. I be behind my girl like this.
Bro, shut up. You're so weird. You know, there are gonna be people watching this like hour-long video essay, and then halfway through this portion's gonna be in the video to break it up.
I'd be behind you like this.
Hey, stop.
Oh yeah.
Wait, watch this.
Bring it around.
Hater.
Bring it around town.
Wait.
You're just standing on top of them.
Why am I wait, I'm like behind you, so you should be the one doing the thing. I should be the one doing this.
No, that's like fucking.
No, I killed him. I fucked him too hard.
You killed him too hard. No, I need to go on behind my girl. People, she bend over.
Shut the fuck up. And that's why me and my friends are banned in most public spaces. Anyway, Bust 'em Up was a really fun experience. Definitely give it a shot. Crazy enough, we are not done talking about PR3 just yet. For the entirety of 2023, Mechless was incredibly active, tweaking and updating the previous Project Readjusted games. In February, he released version 2.5 of Project Readjusted 2, which rebalanced the gameplay and added that busted-ass minigame that I was talking about. And then in August, Mechless released Project Readjusted 3 version 3. I initially considered talking about version 3 as a part of my Project Readjusted 3 section, similar to how I primarily talk about version 2.5 of PR2 during that section. But I figured that since version 3 of PR3 is vastly different from version 2, it deserved its own section. Also, this finally serves as the series' official curtain call. I'm not going to go too deep into this game and its changes since most of them are very minimal, but there are a couple of things I really want to talk about. In my original PR3 video, I talked a lot about difficulty and how mechanics were explained to the player. Version 3.0 fixed pretty much every complaint I had, which was nice to see. I'm just some guy on the internet who makes very strongly opinionated videos, and seeing that my advice was actually taken to heart means a lot. First and foremost, some of the main gameplay was changed. The minigame you have to play to get more supplies is the most notable change. Now you have to order these numbers from 1 to 7 correctly to get supplies. It's all based on a timer now, so the faster you complete it, the more supplies you'll get. You can get up to 3 in one go if you're quick enough. Also changed is the fact that you don't have to stop the conveyor to start a new minigame. This is a massive complaint for me, especially during attempts of a Daredevil's trial, where you had to be very quick to start the conveyor button in time. You can just leave it running for the entire time, which makes Matthew way easier to deal with. However, to counteract this buff, the patients will start to lose supplies. There's a timer now above their supply meter, and it'll start ticking down. Only when you send more supplies to them will it start over. Another great balance was added for 3A. He'll now make a louder sound when he's in the office. Also, when flipping down the camera panel, he'll be visible in the office for a split second. So you'll know for sure if you have to ring the bell or not. This helps out with situations where both Busted and 3A are in the office, as ringing the bell will either save your life or very abruptly end it. The glow stick was also heavily nerfed, having a much shorter battery life that slowly recharges over a longer period of time. I guess it's to prevent you from sitting in the office and waiting for Busted's audio cue and not doing anything on the camera panel. I don't want to go into every single change that was made with the gameplay, because we'd be here forever, but I want to state that overall, the gameplay was rebalanced and is a lot more fun to play. There is one more change that was added to 3.0, and it's with the max modes. A Daredevil's trial now has a cutscene after completing it, which is short enough for me to play right now. If you remember from earlier, Project Readjusted 3 ends on a pseudo cliffhanger. While the story can be wrapped up there, Project Readjusted 4 would have explained and finished things off in a much better way. Now that it's been cancelled, this is the official end of the story. Matthew's plans laid to rest. There is one last change that I want to talk about before moving on. There is another max mode. Act of Penance is the secret custom night preset, and it's almost identical to a Daredevil's trial, except now all characters have an AI of 30, and the office has a blue tint. It's a fun additional challenge that adds an 8th star into the menu. I guess what I've been trying to say for the past few minutes is that this is really the last piece of content we'll ever get for something Project Readjusted related. And seeing the game go out on a relatively high note is nice to see, especially with the controversy the series has been in. But now that we've covered everything, there's still one last thing to talk about. I've danced around the story and the finer details quite a bit, so let's do this, the Project Readjusted story. Just as a disclaimer before I begin, the complete original intention of the Project Readjusted story is currently unknown. We have just enough to form a conclusion, but I doubt it's what Meklis' original intention was. He never actually bothered to write down his own lore anywhere, he had just remembered it in between entries. Now that he's moved on, he just forgot it all. One more thing, while I'm about 99% sure what I have is accurate, it's possible some smaller details were missed. Check the pinned comment for any corrections. Alright, here we go. Our story begins in the late 1990s with Diner World Entertainment, a company specializing in mascot-themed restaurants. One of Diner World's most important early works was creating a rabbit animatronic. He went unnamed for a while, but was referred to as Subject Model Number 3A. His name was likely going to be Subject, but that's unknown. What is known is that Subject Model Number 3A would demonstrate odd behaviors when on camera, and was deemed unfit for a restaurant environment. That and the fact that test audiences didn't resonate well with 3A had him temporarily disabled and isolated from the public and broader Diner World staff. Around this time, the company started work on 2 new animatronics that were supposed to join 3A on stage. Subject Model Number 3B and C were created. The original plan was that they would first accompany 3A on stage, but if test audiences liked them more and felt that they didn't need 3A, it would be disabled and placed into storage for use of parts in the future. This ended up happening, and 3A was put into storage. 3B and C, known as Glancer and Glossy, got their own restaurant and took the spotlight. A little soon after, Diner World started work on a new main character. They came up with Buster, a robot dog. They made another iteration of him in the form of Redeemer, but he was ultimately shifted out after a short period. While this happened, Matthew was hired to help design the robots. One of his first jobs was to create a brand new rendition of Buster. After some time, Matthew made his iconic Buster we know from PR1. Once he was finished with him, he was also tasked with making him capable of free roam. His specific task was to work on the night mode functionality. While testing, he made Buster aggressive to better see how advanced his capabilities were. Matthew had no plans of ever changing him back. As a result, Buster would end up in a new position every morning. On top of this, Matthew also finds himself in trouble when he decides to dismantle the old Glancer and Glossy characters and fuse them into Glancy. His rationale was that this would save space, and the leftover parts could be used to make an entirely new character. Matthew would be fired, and a couple months later, the Buster's location seen in PR1 would close its doors. A month later, Matthew had the idea to return to the restaurant and collect the chip inside Vinard. He thought he could get his job back by collecting it and returning it to Diner World. One issue: since the building had been closed for a month, the animatronics which were still active and set to their aggressive night setting would still be active inside. Matthew wasn't entirely comfortable going inside alone just yet, so he convinced his friend and former Diner World employee, Andrew, to help him. Matthew convinced him to call up his friend Hayden, a journalist, to offer him a job looking over the place during the night. They don't ever tell Hayden that he's only being used as bait to lure out Vinard. The plan works for a few nights until Matthew and Andrew finally get enough courage to go inside. While they're looking for Vinard, they are also looking for documentation on the chip to see if it's compatible with any of the other animatronics. While they're looking, Matthew runs into an investigator who is there looking into Diner World. Matthew tells Andrew to run off and kills the investigator. It's never revealed why Matthew decided to kill him, but it's potentially because he would have taken documents that would have been important for Matthew to get his job back. He takes the body out back and into a dumpster for later use. When the two meet back up, they finish getting what they needed and have Hayden finish his work. Somewhere in all of this, Hayden finds disturbing footage, potentially of the murder, but it's never confirmed. Hayden tells Andrew what he's seen and how he will turn it into the police. Andrew convinces him not to, saying that he's already done so. Andrew did not. A week later, Matthew, already after abandoning Andrew, comes back to the restaurant to retrieve the body. His best idea was to stuff the body inside an old Glancer suit. He does so successfully, but damages the suit a bit in the process. He places the suit back into storage, just in time for Diner World to turn their storage facility into a restaurant. Now very concerned about Matthew's whereabouts, Andrew attempts to find him. He finds a job listing for a night watchman at the storage facility. He applies and gets accepted. His job is simple: keep an eye on the place and look for signs of Matthew whenever possible. After 2 nights on the job, Andrew discovers the investigator's body inside the Glancer suit. He opts not to report this to the police for the time being, hoping that he can find Matthew and get answers before someone else sees it. After only a few more nights on the job, he finds a tape recorded by Matthew explaining his plan and how he's already dead. Andrew gets the motivation to turn this and the body inside the Glancer suit into the police. Before anything can happen, Andrew has a heart attack. Andrew survives, but changes his mind again, forgetting Matthew and moving on. Some time later, Andrew gets a phone call from a mysterious person. They claim they know where Matthew is and have more than enough answers to his questions. All he needs to do is play the game that they've set up for him. Andrew returns to the storage facility on a lower level to play the game. He needs to keep 3 patients alive, all people who have dirt on Diner World. These people are untrusting of Andrew, claiming that a man in a rabbit mask has threatened them not to tell him anything until enough time has passed. Throughout the week, Andrew has a lot of doubt if he should ever continue pressing forward. He remembers times when he worked for Diner World and saw children injured at the restaurant. This gives him enough motivation to keep going. He finds letters and documents scattered around from higher-ups at Diner World, talking about this computer called the HICM, which controls every animatronic they've ever created. He also finds a newspaper article on this weird robot found lurking outside of an unmarked building in a forest. After only 3 nights of working for the mysterious person, they show themselves, occasionally showing up during Andrew's shift to check up on him. Their identity is covered by a rabbit mask. This is our first real look at the Subjected, a cult with Matthew being the only member. He formed the Subjected to give Andrew another reason to keep pushing forward. From Matthew checking up on Andrew to Busted lurking around, there is one more challenge for Andrew to overcome. Subject model number 3A, one of the earliest working animatronics, is back and is hunting Andrew. The HICM is being used to control both Busted and 3A, making them incredibly aggressive. Andrew survives all of this and completes his task. The patients are released and tell Andrew what they know. The story ends with another note Andrew found, confirming that Matthew is still out there, his plans abandoned, living a new life under a new identity, his plans laid to rest. And that's it. It's an interesting story, one that I felt was way too complicated by its details. Even if dumbed down, it's fairly straightforward. So now that we've spent some time looking at the history of Project Readjusted, where does it stand now? It's been nearly 8 years since the first game was released, and the series as a whole has never been more popular. Something that I've noticed within the past 6 months is that more people are starting to look at this series than ever before. It's not just PR3 either, people are actively seeking out the other 2 mainline entries as well. Speaking of the other entries, everything that isn't PR3 has been delisted on GameJolt, and can only be accessed with a link. This is probably because they haven't arguably held up as well as the third, which is a shame to see. I firmly believe that Project Readjusted is one of the most unique and interesting fan series that we'll ever see. Yes, it has some paper-thin lore with some questionable games, but I honestly believe that's what makes the series so special. It's very evident that a lot of care was put into it, even if the care didn't fully translate to polish. But to me personally, that doesn't really matter. A full story was told from start to finish, and that in itself is a feat many developers can't accomplish. I've praised this series a lot in this video, and hopefully for good reason. Not only has it inadvertently changed my life, but for many others as well. This series means a lot to me, and it's with great pride that I can say that now, more than ever, people are looking into it. I've wanted to make this video for 2 years, but couldn't bring myself to do it with the controversies of the developer. And while we may never hear from him again in the same way, Project Readjusted is far from falling out of relevancy. Obviously, I hope this video does well, or at least inspires a few people out there to maybe try their hand at something similar. Who knows? Maybe someone will remake the series, improving all the faults I mentioned thus far. Only time will tell, but you better believe they'll be right here to experience it whenever it does. When I started work on this video, nearly 5 months ago, I didn't really know what to expect. I initially wanted this video to be a re-review of Project Readjusted 3, one where I'd actually go into detail about its story and try to fully break down every little detail, which was something I tried to do with my initial review, but evidently failed. I have such a massive appreciation for Project Readjusted 3. I think that's something I've made incredibly obvious if you've seen my Twitter. I've had so much to say on this game ever since I made my initial review. I knew I would be talking about it again someday. Even with all the ups and downs this series has gone through, I really do wish I took this deep dive sooner. Researching, planning, scripting, and editing this very video have been some of my favorite memories creating content in a long time, and I hope that I can continue creating and sharing these memories. As for the content I covered in this video itself, I knew that I would be in for a long ride when I realized how many games there actually are in the Project Readjusted series. But what I didn't expect was how much I'd enjoy them. Seriously, playing most of these games for the first time was an incredible experience. It's something I didn't at all expect, especially with how the earlier games were regarded by its developer. This series is admittedly very old. Well, as old as it gets for most fan games, and for that reason, I think I've tempered my expectations a considerable amount, especially for the earlier entries. So, thank you to the couple of comments on my original video asking me to check out the rest of the series. I also want to take this time to thank a few people who made this video possible. Starting off with Rainbow Hype and Ion, who both know a little too much about PR1 and 2. They inadvertently helped me get the gameplay of PR2 down. Rainbow Hype made an incredible guide for the AI in PR2, and Ion helped piece together a majority of the unknown bits from PR1. Seriously, thank you. I couldn't forget about Dice Games for his incredible support and generosity. I met him during the production of my original video, and he's been an incredibly close and supportive friend ever since. Besides maybe myself, he's also the biggest Project Readjusted fan that I know. So if it wasn't for his immense enthusiasm for the series, this video wouldn't have ever been released. If he hadn't released that guide for PR3, I probably would have given up hope on making my original video as well. And finally, of course, Mechless, for not only creating Project Readjusted, but for his incredible support and praise of my work, even when he evidently wanted to leave these games behind him. He also helped write a good portion of the story section in this video, which was much appreciated, considering I was pretty far off in my original draft. I don't know what's in store for you or your work, but I'm here for it. That's all I have for you from this incredibly long video. If you made it to the end, thank you. I hope this video wasn't too boring, but you'll have to let me know. In the pinned comment, I'll be making corrections, because I know for a fact there will be something that I missed. Other than that, thank you for watching.
And with that, I'm gonna hold on. Here it is. I'm gonna find somebody to raid because I am tired. So let me pull up my Twitter. Not my Twitter, my Twitch. I guess I just lost my husband. I don't know where he went. Nope. I'm gonna get in trouble. I wanna start a fight. Na 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 na. I wanna start a fight. Okay. Ooh. Nighttime. Yeah. It's getting a little late for me. I've been on. It says that I've been streaming for about 4 hours, but I think I've been on for like 7 at this point because I started at like I want to say 4, something like that. But yeah, I started pretty early, at least early for my time. The waiter just served my table and gave it to Jessica Sims. At least I know how to hit. Somebody's gonna die. X will start a fight. Na 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 na. He's gonna start a fight. Zeta's on. You know what that means. We're gonna go raid the Gundam Man. Yes, thank you guys for joining me. Here's a raid message if you were not subbed, and here's a raid message if you are subbed. Thank you once again for joining me. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, since I might just take a break. Yeah, you had a stream restart. Yeah. Hopefully I can get that fixed before tomorrow, but we'll see. This was a good stream. I had a lot of fun. Sleep well, KB. Thank you, kid. I do appreciate you stopping by. But yes, thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the sub-dubs. I will do that Omegaverse test at some point. Also, thanks for the pizza. It was really good. So yeah. Say hi to Zeta for me. Be good or be good at it. Treat yourselves with a lot of love and respect, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.